Chapter 150. Hearing this, Li Xiaowei's expression changed greatly. Total annihilation? Cheng Yu and Wang Li, who were chasing after you, have all. At that moment, Li Xiaowei saw something bulging in Su Yu's chest. It was the outline of the token. At that moment, his mind rumbled. They were actually all killed by this kid. Shock and anger transformed into a bellyful of flames that burned his chest as if it was about to explode. Their team had actually been wiped out. The enemy was neither a 5th-level Holy King nor a 4th-level Holy King, but a 3rd-level Holy King. You are unforgivable. Li Xiaowei's eyes were bloodshot. His palm strike suddenly became several times fiercer. The frightening power was about to turn Su Yu into ashes. However, Su Yu was not afraid. With a calm expression, he calmly extended a finger. Those who kill will be killed by others. You shall die together with them. Su Yu was calm and confident. A magnificent flame gradually gathered at the tip of his finger. The flames burned quietly without any heat, neither cold nor hot, but they carried an indescribably terrifying destructive force. Li Xiaowei's expression stiffened. The flames on his fingertips actually gave him a feeling of fear and trepidation. Not good. Li Xiaowei had a lot of battle experience. Sensing that something was amiss, he made a prompt decision. He spread the wings on his back, and when he was about to collide with Su Yu, he soared into the sky and widened the distance between them. His eyes were filled with deep fear as he stared at the flames on his fingertips. His heart was in turmoil. What kind of move is that? Why is it so terrifying? Why do I feel like I will perish if I touch it? Then, thinking about how this young man was able to kill 3 of his subordinates when he was only a 3rd-level Holy King, a feeling of unfathomability welled up in his heart. His intuition told him that this kid wasn't an ordinary person, and he couldn't fight him. Junior, Lucian faction Su Yu, I will remember this. The Empire of Darkness will find you one day. Get ready. Whoosh. After saying this, Li Xiaowei actually fled for his life. Su Yu hesitated for a moment as he stared at the back of his opponent, who was running away. In the end, he gave up. Firstly, in terms of speed, he was no match for a 5th-level Holy King, and it would be difficult for him to catch up. Secondly, he was running out of time. There were only 3 days left until the registration deadline for the ancient Xianyin Temple. You ran fast. Su Yu was not satisfied. The magnificent, raging flame on his fingertip slowly extinguished. However, killing a snow lion wasn't a complete waste of time. Since they were both 5th-level Holy Kings, this snow lion could naturally be exchanged for 100 honor points. In addition to the 3 people he had killed earlier, he could redeem a total of 135 honor points. Grabbing the severed head of the snow lion, Su Yu flew back to the faction. In these 3 days, they only rested and ate for a short period of time. The rest of the time, they hurried on with their journey. If she delayed the registration, she would not be able to enter the ancient Xianyin Temple, and Xiener's situation would be extremely worrying. Xiener, wait for me. His mind was filled with longing for Xiener's beautiful figure, and he focused on rushing forward. Finally, 3 days later, outside the sect, a group of patrolling Outer Sanctum disciples was dumbfounded. A frail young man with tattered clothes and pale hair was carrying a terrifying head the size of a house on his head. The blood on the head had dried up, but there was still a ferocious aura that made people tremble. Bang! When he descended from the sky, it was like an earthquake, and the earth trembled slightly. Su, it's senior brother Su Yu. The patrolling Outer Sanctum disciple finally recognized Su Yu. That unique silver hair was Su Yu's trademark. Senior brother Su is back. The patrolling Outer Sanctum disciple cheered in awe, joyfully welcoming him. The legendary figure of the Outer Sanctum, Su Yu, had returned, and he had even brought back the corpse of a terrifying demonic beast. Where is the 3rd elder? Su Yu asked hurriedly. After handing over the mission, he He wanted to immediately register. After 3 days and 3 nights of traveling, his spirit energy had been depleted, and he was exhausted, but he still managed to rush back. Today was the last day of registration, and Suyu was not late. At the Golden Bell Hall, gathering the Inner Sanctum disciples to issue an urgent mission. Golden Bell Hall? Suyu nodded slightly, and with the giant head on his back he left in a flash. The spacious hall of the Golden Bell was the same as it was a month ago. The third elder once again rang the bell, issuing an urgent mission. In front of the bell, Song Qingshan was covered in blood, and he had suffered many injuries. He had luckily escaped from Li Xiaowei, and his injuries were not light. He had recovered his strength while escaping, and thus had just returned. The third elder immediately gathered the Inner Sanctum disciples, preparing to issue a new mission. At this moment, Song Qingshan was like a hero who had returned. He was the center of attention, recounting his experiences in front of hundreds of Inner Sanctum disciples. Fellow brothers and sisters, I am useless. I am the only one who survived. The rest of my juniors have all died. Song Qingshan's face was filled with sorrow. It is my fault, and I am willing to accept punishment. The Inner Sanctum disciples sighed in their hearts. Such an outcome was already within their expectations. The group of 6 was just sending themselves to their deaths. To be able to escape back to Song Qingshan and bring back concrete information about the murder was already something to be thankful about. In the gloomy atmosphere, Song Qingshan narrated sorrowfully. My juniors and I encountered the murderer. The strongest among them were 2 5th level lower tier holy kings, 1 human and 1 demon. There was also a 4th level lower tier, upper tier, and peak tier holy king. We were caught off guard and they attacked us. The rest of us all died in battle and only I survived. 2 5th level holy kings? Indeed, everyone's hearts trembled. No wonder the team that was previously escorting the treasure was completely annihilated. There were 2 5th level holy kings. The third elder's heart gradually calmed down. After understanding the enemy's overall strength, it was worth it to sacrifice so much. Lightly patting Song Qingshan's shoulder, the third elder's face was filled with sorrow. He consoled him. You have done your best. There is no need to be sad. This time, you have successfully investigated the enemy's strength and contributed greatly to our success in killing them all. Even though you did not kill a single one of them, my promise has not changed. The person who contributed the most will be able to enter the depository of scriptures once. Hearing this, the eyes of the Inner Sanctum disciples turned red with jealousy. Song Qingshan's face was filled with sorrow, but his heart was filled with joy. Such a wonderful thing had actually happened to him. But at this moment, in an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, a cold voice came. How did Suyu die? The crowd looked over. Their eyes were filled with amazement, and many of them were filled with admiration. A graceful and beautiful lady with a curvaceous body stood alone in the corner. She had a classical and elegant face, like a lady from a Jiangnan painting, elegant and beautiful. In particular, that cold aura that repelled people 1,000 miles away made people want to conquer her. This person was one of the 4 great core disciples, Mo Wu, the number 1 beauty of the Inner Sanctum. Known as the Ice Beauty, she was the goal of countless disciples. Song Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He knew better than anyone how Suyu died. It was because he shifted the blame to lessen the pressure on Suyu that he managed to escape. As for Suyu's safety, there was no doubt that anyone below 5th level Holy King would die. However, along the way, Song Qingshan had already prepared an excuse. With a face full of sorrow, he said, Senior sister, in order to cover for us, junior brother Su took the initiative to lead the enemy to escape. His whereabouts are unknown. The last thing I saw was him being chased by a 5th level Holy King Snow Lion. Being chased by a 5th level Holy King Snow Lion? The crowd was shocked and secretly felt pity for him. Mo Wu was stunned for a long time. After a while, she let out a low sigh. She felt a sense of relief, but also a sense of loss. Her master's extra care for Su Yu had caused her, who had enjoyed being pampered for many years, to feel a sense of crisis. But for some reason, thinking about Su Yu's undying will at the Fallen Star contest and his unrepentant death at the wedding, she felt as if she had lost something. In the future, she would probably never see that stubborn and unyielding figure again. If her master knew of his death, would she be sad for him? Feeling sad, Wu lowered her head and left expressionlessly. The third elder sighed in his heart. Had the young man who had volunteered himself also perished? If he had known this would happen, why did he agree to enlist him? Restraining his emotions, the third elder's face was filled with grief and indignation. Killing my Lucian faction's disciples twice is unforgivable. Who would like to sign up for this urgent mission? The mission requirement is that you have to be at least a 5th level lower tier, Holy King. With the specific number of people, abilities, and range of activity, it would be easier to capture and kill them. In an instant, the high-level Holy King disciples, who had been waiting for a long time, responded. The most dangerous part of exploring the path had been completed. They only needed to sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. The excited crowd was carrying the corpses that had already perished and would forever be left in the cold Wulong snowfield. But at this moment, an indifferent voice came from outside the door. Cancel the mission. There is no longer a need to execute it. The excited crowd instantly became silent. Someone actually dared to defy the faction's mission and spout nonsense here? But what really made them silent was the figure standing at the door with his hands clasped behind his back. Wu walked with her head lowered. Just as she reached the door, she was caught off guard as a figure descended from the sky and plunged into his embrace. The wide and warm chest and the familiar scent of a man caused Wu, who had been in a daze, to suddenly wake up. She looked up and her beautiful eyes widened. Su Yu. Immediately, it was unknown whether she was happy or angry. If you are not dead, you should have shown yourself earlier. At the same time that her heart once again felt threatened, she felt inexplicably relaxed. Su Yu's face turned slightly red. He was in a hurry and did not pay attention to the situation in the hall. As such, he had descended in a hurry and did not expect Wu to fall into his embrace. Her soft and wonderful body carried a delicate fragrance into his nose, especially the pair of full and mature breasts that pressed against Su Yu's chest. The elastic, soft, and warm sensation was enchanting. Even though she was cold, her fragrant body was extraordinary. Wu's face turned slightly red, as if she had felt the difference from their intimate contact. She glared fiercely at Su Yu and left with a cold expression. Su, you're not dead? Song Qingshan looked as if he had seen a ghost. Being chased by 2 5th-level Holy Kings, he actually did not die. Song Qingshan's heart skipped a beat, feeling extremely guilty. Thanks to senior brother Song, I was lucky enough to keep my life. Su Yu stepped inside and shot a cold glare at him. The third elder and many inner sanctum disciples were shocked. Many 4th-level peak Holy Kings had fallen, but Su Yu, a mere 3rd-level Holy King, had returned alive. Heavens! He actually broke through to 4th-level Holy King from 3rd-level lower tier, Holy King. Someone with sharp eyes immediately noticed the change in Su Yu's aura. Not only did he not die, but he also obtained a great opportunity. This is unbelievable. The third elder was stunned for a moment, his heart slightly relaxed, and he smiled. It's good that he came back alive. After a moment of silence, the third elder said, Both of you brought back specific information about the enemy for the faction. Your contributions are equal. But considering that Song Qingshan was the leader, the descending into the depository of scriptures will be obtained by him. Your contribution can be exchanged for 10 points of honor. How lucky! Not only did he escape with his life, he can also obtain 10 points of honor. If I had his luck, I would have joined the team long ago. TSK. Escaping like a stray dog. What is there to be envious about? A fifth-level upper tier. Holy King sneered. He only used the blood of his dead brothers to gain the sympathy of the faction and some rewards. We are the true heroes who exterminated the murderers. Hearing this, many people secretly nodded. If not for the fact that they had narrowly escaped death, why would the faction reward them? Rather than saying it was a reward, it was more like charity to appease them. In terms of killing the enemy and avenging their dead brothers, they still had to rely on them. No need. Su Yu walked over with his hands clasped behind his back. He was actually contradicted in front of everyone. The third elder was a little embarrassed, his heart filled with anger. Why? He asked expressionlessly. Because the credit that belongs to me, Su Yu, is not something that can be shared by just anyone. Su Yu reached deep into his robes and took out 3 tokens, slamming them onto the table. Everyone looked over, their pupils dilating. Chapter 151. The tokens were black in color and engraved with different names. Are these the tokens they carried with them? After a long while, a disciple finally spoke with uncertainty. Firstly, Song Qingshan had yet to reveal the true identity of the killers, so the tokens were suspicious. Secondly, was it possible for Su Yu to kill 3 people alone? Whoosh, however, the third elder's figure flickered. With a wave of his sleeves, he took all 3 tokens into his sleeves. His face was solemn, and the depths of his eyes were filled with fear. The 3 people you killed, what were their appearances and abilities like? The third elder had naturally heard Song Qingshan's account of the situation and wanted to verify it. Su Yu calmly said, "A beautiful lady at 4th level lower tier, Holy King. A prodigy of souls at 4th level upper tier, Holy King. And the black-robed Wang Li, who is a 4th level peak, Holy King." The fear in the third elder's eyes gradually faded as he nodded slightly. These are indeed the 3 killers. Su Yu killed 3 of them alone. The merit is great. The reward for entering the depository of scriptures should indeed belong to him. These words caused an uproar. How is that possible? Looking at his aura, he should have just broken through to 4th level lower tier, Holy King, not long ago. How could he kill 3 people in a row? Someone questioned, "Third elder, this is absolutely impossible. Just based on his words and 3 baffling tokens, how can you determine that the merit belongs to him?" The 5th level upper tier, Holy King, was indignant. If Su Yu really killed all the killers alone, how could they have the chance to snatch the merit? The third elder secretly touched the 3 tokens in his sleeves, his heart trembling. It was the Empire of Darkness. Hearing this, his old eyes slightly narrowed. "Are you doubting my judgment?" With that, the group of powerful fighters fell silent, but deep down they were all indignant. Then, where are the remaining 2 5th level lower tier, Holy Kings? The third elder asked. The 2 of them had not been apprehended yet, so the mission had to continue. "Li Xiaowei escaped," Su Yu replied truthfully. "Escaped?" Several 5th level Holy Kings could not help but mock. "So you are so strong, you could even scare off a 5th level Holy King." Su Yu calmly glanced at them, not bothering to explain. The third elder understood the hidden meaning. Li Xiaowei escaped, but where is the 5th level Holy King, demonic beast? Where are you hiding? Even if there was only 1 5th level Holy King left, they had to capture and kill him to give the faction an explanation. Upon hearing this, all the 5th level Holy Kings were slightly shaken. Even if there was only 1 5th level Holy King demonic beast left, it would still be worth it for them to make a move. A full 100 honor points could be exchanged for a legendary high-grade marrow cleansing elixir. Even in the great sects, there weren't many such pills. Even core disciples might not be able to use them as they pleased. They had to fight for honor points to exchange for them. However, Su Yu calmly uttered a sentence that caused everyone to stiffen. Just outside, The spacious hall suddenly became deathly silent. Even the third elder was stunned. Outside, what did this mean? Filled with doubts, the crowd walked to the entrance and saw a gigantic head the size of a small house lying outside the hall, dripping with blood. Song Qingshan sucked in a breath of cold air. That snow lion that can spit out ice. It was actually killed. At that moment, the way everyone looked at Su Yu had changed. Not only could Su Yu scare away a 5th-level Holy King, but he could also kill a 5th-level Holy King? Not just the ordinary disciples. Even the third elder was deeply shocked. The 3 tokens might not be able to prove anything, but the bloody heads of the demonic beasts were irrefutable evidence. Su Yu deserves the right to enter the depository of scriptures. Furthermore, according to the rules, the 135 honor points can be exchanged for elixirs. The crowd's expressions were ugly, either jealous or secretly hateful. They had originally thought that the 6-man group was just a scout. Who knew that Su Yu, whom no one had taken seriously, would appear? In the end, the murderers were almost completely annihilated by him. All the credit was taken by Su Yu alone. The opportunity to read legacy-level cultivation techniques at the Depository of Scriptures was a rare opportunity. There was also the legendary high-grade marrow cleansing elixir, which was said to have an unimaginable effect on cultivation-based breakthroughs. Many of them were filled with regret. They should have joined the 6-man group back then. Song Qingshan's expression was uncertain. He had escaped death, and the right to enter the depository of scriptures that should have belonged to him had been easily taken by Su. Elder, I can't accept this. Song Qingshan clenched his fists in dissatisfaction. The third elder looked over indifferently. What do you have to accept? Su, you clearly had the help of an expert in secret. This is not fair. Song Qingshan replied firmly. Many 5th-level holy kings secretly nodded. Not only Song Qingshan, but they also had their doubts. Su Yu killing 3 4th-level holy kings was still acceptable. After all, Su Yu had a record of defeating Chao Xian. But a 5th-level holy king was too absurd. Not only did Su Yu escape from a 5th-level holy king, he had also killed him and chased away another 5th-level holy king. This was unbelievable. The only possibility was that someone was secretly helping Su Yu. As for who it was, the crowd was clear as a mirror. Other than the second elder, who was biased towards Su Yu, who else could it be? You want me to retract my orders based on speculation without any evidence? The third elder's expression turned cold as he lightly shouted, although he had also guessed that Su Yu had the help of the second elder. But this matter concerned the second elder. He naturally had to smooth things over. The crowd's hearts trembled, and they all fell silent. But, like Song Qingshan, their gazes toward Su Yu were filled with hostility, jealousy, and contempt. After the third elder had left, the crowd finally erupted. Song Qingshan's heart was burning with jealousy, and he took the opportunity to make things difficult for Su Yu. Su Yu, since you had the help of an expert, why did you sit back and watch your seniors die in vain? Su Yu slightly creased his brows. I was alone with no one to help me. Su Yu, Song Qingshan sternly shouted, opening his mouth to reprimand. I know that the seniors in the team had indeed looked down on you, and that was why their words were offensive. But you could have saved them. Why did you watch them die? So there was such a thing, how narrow-minded. A 5th-level Holy King's face was filled with disgust. I really feel sorry for the seniors who died. Let's go. This kind of person who has no ties with the same faction. I'm afraid one day I will be killed by him. Another 5th-level Holy King lightly snorted. Go, go, go. Ignore him. Let him enjoy the merits exchanged with the blood of his seniors. Yes, I have just returned to the faction, and I have to immediately register for the Xianyin contest. Otherwise, I will not be qualified to compete in 2 months. Whoosh! Groups of people passed by Su Yu with cold and disdainful expressions. He was clearly a hero who had avenged the deaths of his seniors, but at this moment he was being ostracized and neglected by the crowd. Standing among the crowd, Suyu did not explain. He had monopolized all the benefits, attracting the jealousy of others. That was the source of his slander and neglect. This was human nature, and Suyu did not bother to argue. After the mission handover, Suyu was left with the most important thing: registration. Today was the last day and he could still make it. Along the way to the External Affairs Division, he could occasionally catch a glimpse of disciples hurrying back from outside the faction. Many of them were like Suyu, carrying out a mission outside and rushing back. When Suyu arrived, there were already many disciples present. For example, Song Qing-shan and a few fifth-level holy kings who had reprimanded him were among them. It was early in the morning, and the External Affairs Division had just opened. Shi Rulin and Qin Gang walked out, calmly glancing at the surrounding crowd, slightly frowning. Is something the matter? Shi Rulin's gaze was calm. When her gaze swept past Suyu, her pupils slightly shrank, but she quickly acted as if nothing had happened. Song Qing-shan was respectful and courteous. Clan Master Shi, we are all disciples here to register for the Xianyun contest. We hope that Clan Master Shi can make things convenient for us. That day, the urgent mission had come in a hurry, and Song Qing-shan had not registered. The rest of the disciples had left the faction a month ago and had missed the opportunity. Registration? Qin Gang raised his eyebrows. Did you not receive an announcement from the faction? Everyone's expressions changed. What announcement? A bad feeling welled up in their hearts. Deputy Clan Master Qin, we were carrying out a mission outside and have only just returned today. We really do not know what announcement the faction has made, Song Qing-shan said solemnly. Qin Gang's expression changed, and he turned back to exchange a look with Shi Rulin. He then announced with slight regret, you came back late? 3 days ago, the quota for registration had reached 300 people. The quota has been filled, and the registration ended 3 days ago. Looking at the few fifth-level holy kings in the crowd, Qin Gang secretly felt pity. These words caused a huge uproar, and the crowd was in an uproar. There were 30 of them, and their abilities were all above fourth-level holy kings. They had finally returned from carrying out a mission, only to receive the news that the quota had been filled? What kind of joke is this? I have waited for 3 whole years for the ancient Xianyun temple, and now the quota has been filled. A youth who was over 20 years old could not accept the sudden reality before his eyes. Yes. Why? The registration for the previous contest was based on the deadline. Why is it suddenly changed to the quota being filled, and the deadline has been brought forward? Another fifth-level holy king suppressed his anger, trying his best to calm himself down. Song Qing-shan's eyes lost focus, and he said in a daze, How is this possible? I have lost the right to register? Thud, Suyu staggered 2 steps back. The sudden announcement had cut off all his hopes. This was the only shortcut to save Xianer. If he had lost the chance to register, how could he enter the ancient Xianyun temple? And how could he find the phoenix blood elixir to save Xianer? He had accepted the mission, even though he knew it was a suicide mission, in order to break through to 4th-level Holy King and fulfill the registration requirements. The ridiculous and laughable thing was that he had painstakingly raised his cultivation base to 4th-level Holy King, and rushed back at the last moment, only to be rejected by the cruel fact that the quota had been filled. Could it be that he really had to give Xianer to Chao Xian? Seeing that the commotion was getting bigger, Qin Gang was gradually losing control. The disciples who could carry out missions outside the faction for a long time were all 4th-level Holy Kings and above, and there were many who were stronger than Qin Gang. There was even a 5th-level Holy King among them. With such a large group of people, if they were to fight, how could he control the situation? He cast a pleading look at Shi Rulin. Shi Rulin pretended to be thinking, and the crowd focused their expectant gazes on her, their hearts in their throats. If they missed the ancient Xianyun temple that was held once every 5 years, they would not have another chance. But Shi Ruolin quickly gave a reply, heartless and indifferent. No, the decision of the faction cannot be changed. The registration has ended. Please leave. Seeing that the crowd was still going to cause trouble, Shi Ruolin's gaze turned cold, and she raised her palm, making a slash in the air. Crash! In the courtyard, a huge tree that was as thick as a human was broken. The remaining cold spiritual energy was like a blade scraping across the faces of the crowd, painful and cold. The faction's orders: anyone who disobeys will be beheaded. Shi Ruolin's tone was calm, but it could not hide her cold, murderous intent. The crowd was shocked, no longer daring to cause trouble, but they could not hide their suppressed grief and indignation. This matter was too unfair. They had just happened to be carrying out a mission outside, yet they missed it. Retreat immediately. Whoever dares to cause trouble will be beheaded. Shi Ruolin coldly commanded. Just as the crowd was about to leave, a person flew out from the inner sanctum. It was none other than Wu Qingzhou. He was the only survivor of the treasure escorting team at the Abyss of Wudong. After recuperating for a month, his injuries had mostly recovered. Clan Master Shi, may I ask if the junior who killed the snow lion came here? Wu Qingzhou's face was anxious. He had chased them all the way from the Golden Bell Hall. Shi Ruolin was slightly startled, not understanding his meaning. But Song Qingshan and the rest all looked at Su Yu, who was behind the crowd. Wu Qingzhou followed their gaze, his face filled with gratitude as he flew over, cupping his fists and smiling. You are Junior Su Yu? Su Yu nodded absent-mindedly, yes. Thank you, Junior Su, for avenging my brother. He was buried in the mouth of that ferocious snow lion. Wu Qingzhou kowtowed in worship. Su Yu helped him up, listlessly smiling. I did it in passing. You don't have to thank me. Seeing that Su Yu's emotions were not right, he looked around and saw that the emotions of the 30 people had changed. He could not help but be curious. Chapter 152. What? There was another way to go? Su Yu's dazed eyes suddenly exploded with a dazzling light. Senior Wu, please say it. Not only Su Yu, but the other 29 people also looked pleasantly surprised and gathered around him. Wu Qingzhou was frightened by Su Yu's gaze and sighed softly after a while. There is indeed a way to go, but Junior Su, be mentally prepared. You may not be fated with it. Su Yu's eyes burned with an inextinguishable light of hope. Senior, please say it. The faction has 2 parts of the quota for the Xianyun contest. The first part is reserved for the disciples of the faction, which are the 300 quotas that you are familiar with. The other part is reserved for disciples who are out on missions all year round. For example, the Abyss of Wudong. There are 100 faction disciples stationed there all year round to help the faction dig for treasures. They are busy with missions and cannot rush back to the faction in time to register. Therefore, the faction has allocated 10 extra quotas to the disciples of the Abyss of Wudong. Those 10 quotas have not been decided yet. The Abyss of Wudong was an ancient relic discovered by the Lucian faction. There were some complete remnants, and shocking treasures were often found there. Many of the faction's techniques came from the Abyss of Wudong. In order to excavate there, the faction had sent over 100 disciples many years ago to continue excavating. Due to the large number, 10 extra quotas were naturally allocated. But those quotas were prepared for the seniors of the Abyss of Wudong. How could I take them? Su Yu was puzzled. Wu Qingzhou looked slightly sad. If it was in the past, it would naturally not be allocated to Junior Su, but a month ago, when escorting the treasures back, several seniors fell. The Abyss of Wudong needs fresh blood and is currently selecting new disciples from the faction. A month ago, Wu Qingzhou and the others were attacked. That was why Su Yu accepted the mission to head to the Wulong snowfield to kill the culprit. The Abyss of Wudong had lost members and naturally had to reselect disciples from the faction to make up for the lack of manpower. If Junior Su Yu can be selected and become a member of the Abyss of Wudong, you will be eligible to compete for the top 10 quotas, Wu Qingzhou explained. Not only Su Yu, but the other 29 people were also jealous. However, what Wu Qingzhou said next made everyone feel like they had fallen into an ice cellar. However, Junior Brother Su, I hope you are mentally prepared. This selection might not be with you. For this selection, for members have already been decided internally. They are all disciples of the sect elders. You should be able to understand this point. They want to gain experience in the Abyss of Wudong for 2 months in preparation for the Xianyun contest. Therefore, there is only one quota left for you, Wu Qingzhou said. The Abyss of Wudong was an ancient ruin. It was rumored that it was rich in spiritual energy and was extremely good for cultivation. Moreover, it was responsible for excavating the sect's treasures. If they found something of astonishing value, they would receive an extremely generous reward. It was rumored that there was a disciple who successfully broke through to the Dragon Realm in 2 months. This was the place that the disciples of the sect yearned for. Unfortunately, most of them were controlled by the disciples or relatives of influential figures in the sect. It was difficult for ordinary disciples to get involved. There are too many people vying for the last spot. 5th-level holy kings are everywhere, and even 6th-level holy kings are participating in the fight. 6th-level holy king? These 4 words were like a bucket of cold water, freezing their boiling hearts in an instant. Are you kidding me? With a 6th-level holy king around, what right do we have to fight for it? Song Qingshan's face flushed red, feeling as though he had been played. Wu Qingzhou glanced at him. I'm informing Junior Brother Su. What does it have to do with you? Song Qingshan was furious, but his heart was filled with despair. That was a 6th-level holy king. How could they fight over such a powerful being? Su Yu's heart trembled violently. A 6th-level holy king, an unimaginably frightening level. Did he have to fight with such a strong opponent for the last spot? It was no wonder that Wu Qingzhou had said so bluntly that he might not be fated with Su Yu. This was not just a possibility. It was almost certain that he was not fated with Su Yu. However, the most despairing person in the world wasn't having little hope, it was having no hope at all. If Su Yu was given a little hope, he could create a miracle. It was like that in the past, and it was still like that now. Senior Martial Brother Wu, please guide me. I want to participate in the assessment. The last spot belongs to me, Su Yu. Su Yu's gaze was resolute and calm. He was not afraid at all. No matter how big the storm was, he had overcome it. Why would he be afraid of a test? Wu Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. The determination in Su Yu's eyes pierced deeply into his soul. How strong must one's heart be to have such a resolute gaze? All right, I'll sign you up. The assessment will begin tomorrow. I hope you'll be prepared, Wu Qingzhou said and left. Song Qingshan gritted his teeth. Humph. Even someone at Su Yu's level can participate, so why should I be afraid? Me too, this time without the secret help of an expert. I wonder if some people can still amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Me too. Even if we can't get a spot, we have to beat some people back to their original state. When several pairs of eyes glanced at Su Yu, flames of jealousy still lingered in them. Su Yu's expression was calm and he clenched his fists. The final quota for the Abyss of Wudong would definitely belong to him. After a while, Su Yu left in a flash. Tomorrow was the day of the challenge. He had to do everything he could to improve his strength. The best shortcut right now was to swallow the marrow cleansing pill, especially the high-grade marrow cleansing pill. The energy contained in this pill was more than 100 middle-grade marrow cleansing pills. It was extremely difficult to refine, and the sect only had a few of them. In fact, in the sect, apart from the core disciples, no one had ever seen it before. Its specific effects were also a legend. If he could get his hands on this elixir, would Su Yu's cultivation level improve by leaps and bounds? Filled with hope, Suyu rushed to the faction's Hall of Honor. The person in charge was an elder of 5th level peak Holy King. I want exchange for the marrow cleansing pill, a total of 135 honor points. I want exchange for 1 high-grade marrow cleansing pill and 35 middle-grade marrow cleansing pills. Suyu said his name. The elder checked, and Suyu's name indeed had 135 honor points. After confirming, the elder took out 35 middle-grade marrow cleansing pills and deducted 35 honor points from Suyu's name. Take it. From the beginning to the end, the elder's expression did not change. Suyu raised his eyebrows. I also want exchange for a high-grade marrow cleansing pill. That elixir was the most important. Unexpectedly, the elder calmly said, How precious is a high-grade marrow cleansing pill? How could it be casually stored here? You need to ask the faction master to obtain it. Come back in 2 days to exchange for it. 2 days later, Suyu's heart suddenly sank. Tomorrow was the assessment. What was the point of competing with a 6th level Holy King 2 days later? But there were the rules of the faction. What could he do? Suyu cupped his fists and left. Not long after he left, the old man's expression suddenly changed. He bowed respectfully towards the darkness behind him and said, Fourth Elder, I followed your orders and temporarily stopped him. However, he has 2nd Elder's protection. I'm afraid I won't be able to delay him any longer in 2 days. In the darkness, the 4th Elder sighed. If not for the urgent need for a high-grade marrow cleansing pill, I would not have schemed against a junior's elixir. You do not have to worry about the rest. I will discuss it with him in 2 days. The elder respectfully acknowledged. The 4th Elder urgently needed a high-grade marrow cleansing pill, and he did not know its use. It was extremely mysterious and did not want others to know. Hence, it was inconvenient for him to discuss it with the other elders. He could only act in secret and search for a high-grade marrow cleansing pill. Coincidentally, the only person who had the right to exchange for a high-grade marrow cleansing pill was Suyu. For this reason, the 4th Elder secretly instructed the elder to temporarily stop Suyu with an excuse. The 4th Elder would take the opportunity to converse with Suyu and promise him some benefits in exchange for a high-grade marrow cleansing pill. In reality, the elder knew that if Suyu did not have the backing of the 2nd Elder, the 4th Elder's methods would not be so gentle. The saying, a man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring makes him guilty, could be applied anywhere. Suyu did not know that he had entered the 4th Elder's line of sight. Returning to the courtyard of the 2nd Elder, Suyu rubbed the big bottle of marrow cleansing pill in his palm, preparing to crazily consume it tonight. Who knew that when he returned to the courtyard, Mo Wu was sitting alone in the courtyard. Her petite and delicate body outlined a beautiful arc in the hazy moonlight. Her classic, jade-like face was exquisite and beautiful. Under the faint moonlight, it was as if a light veil was covering her face, making her look even more alluring. Only her eyes were dry and emotionless, giving off a cold feeling. You want to participate in the assessment at the Abyss of Wudong. Sensing that Suyu had returned, Mo Wu turned her head and asked coldly, Why not? Suyu asked indifferently. Mo Wu stared at Suyu and said calmly, You give up immediately. Why? Suyu raised his eyebrows. His eyes were cold. If Suyu gave up, who would save Xiener? Because you cannot pass the assessment. Don't waste your time and energy. The difficulty of the assessment is higher than you think. Mo Wu's eyes were cold. If you are just trying to persuade me to give up, then you have said what you wanted to say. I will not accompany you any more. Suyu said indifferently and stepped into the house. Mo Wu's jade-like face was cold. She casually pointed, and a piece of paper flew toward Suyu's back. Feeling a gust of wind, Suyu turned around and grabbed it. Looking at it, it was a list. A list of participants for the assessment? Suyu was surprised. He hurriedly glanced at it. Not only was there a list of competitors from the abyss of Wudong, there was also their corresponding cultivation base, commonly used techniques, and other detailed and clear descriptions. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy was the key to victory in 100 battles. Such precious information was precious to Suyu. Suyu was slightly moved. Mo, who naturally did not need this information. She stayed in the faction all year round and was very clear about the abilities of her opponents. This was prepared for Suyu. It was Mo Wu, prepared for Suyu. Looking up, Mo Wu had already returned to her room, only leaving Suyu with a lonely and beautiful back view. Feeling grateful, Suyu bowed to her back. Although Mo Wu was cold, her heart was warm. She was a person with a cold face but a warm heart. On a certain level, she was similar to the second elder. This pair of teacher and disciple was indeed interesting. Returning to his room, Suyu immediately memorized the list and information. A total of 100 people had registered. However, the lowest cultivation base was a 4th level peak Holy King. There were many 5th level Holy Kings and 30 lower tier Holy Kings. There were 10 upper tier Holy Kings. There were 2 peak tier Holy Kings. The most ridiculous thing was that there was actually a 6th level Holy King who had registered. This 6th level Holy King was a strong martial artist, ranked 30th in the faction. With his abilities, he rarely met a worthy opponent in the faction. Now he actually wanted to compete with him for the same spot. A heavy pressure made it difficult for Suyu to breathe. Such a competition was so intense that it made one's hair stand on end. Chapter 153. Suyu felt immense pressure as he memorized the name list. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian took out a large bottle of blue middle grade marrow cleansing pills. A total of 35. Would he be able to break through successfully? With anticipation, Suyu swallowed a medium-grade marrow cleansing elixir. The powerful medicinal power spread through his limbs and bones as usual. However, his cultivation did not improve as he had imagined. Filled with doubts, Suyu swallowed 4 pills consecutively, but the results were the same. After the powerful medicinal energy entered his body, it immediately settled in his bloodline, not advancing his cultivation. What's going on? Suyu opened his eyes, which were filled with bewilderment. Why are the elixirs no longer effective on me? Filled with unwillingness, Suyu swallowed 10 pills consecutively, but there was still no reaction. Finally, after swallowing all the pills, the medicinal energy still settled into his blood vessels. Suyu's expression was slightly unsightly, and after observing his body for a long time, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Could it be that the hidden danger left behind from that time caused my body to become immune to the medicinal power? The drawbacks of swallowing the Infernal Lion's heavenly treasures had finally appeared. Those were spirit treasures that had never been purified, and the energy they contained was too strong. His body had adapted to the violent energy. Now his body was actually immune to the gentle energy of the pill. Although he only needed to wait for a period of time, his body would return to normal. However, tomorrow was the assessment of the abyss of Wudong. It was urgent for him to raise his cultivation level. Filled with helplessness and bitterness, Suyu gave up on training and focused on comprehending his cultivation technique until dawn. The artifact control technique was only a remnant of stage 1 lower class, but there were already signs of it being comprehended successfully. During the 3-day journey, Suyu made use of his time to comprehend it. After a night of meditation, the conditions were finally ripe, and he had successfully cultivated the only small accomplishment. He could finally unleash the power of the divine ice ring. Suyu was looking forward to the specific power of the divine artifact. However, what made Suyu feel helpless was that he had only scratched the surface of the remnant of the immortal level cultivation technique, which contained more than 100 words. It would still take him some time to comprehend all of them. Dong dong, there was a knock on the door. It was Mo Wu. Without waiting for Suyu to open the door, She left behind some cold words and left. Abyss of Wudong assessment, Inner Sanctum Martial Arts Competition Room. Inner Sect Martial Competition Room? Su Yu headed there immediately. The sparring room was a place for inner disciples to spar with one another. The area was not big, and it could only accommodate 1,000 people. It was far from the grandeur of the Outer Sanctum's 10,000 people arena. However, the sparring room had all the necessary facilities. Not only did it provide a stage for sparring, but it also provided many cultivation tools. It was far from what the Outer Sanctum could compare to. After all, this place was prepared for outstanding inner court disciples. When Su Yu arrived, most of the people were already there. Among them were Song Qing Shan, several 5th-level holy kings who were jealous of him in the Golden Bell Hall, and Mo Wu. As if she had felt Su Yu's gaze, Mo Wu's beautiful eyes glanced at Su Yu before she looked away expressionlessly. Could it be that she was also participating in the assessment of the Abyss of Wudong? Thinking back to what Wu Qingzhou had said, that the 4 quotas had already been predetermined by the elders and disciples, the corner of his mouth twitched. One of the predetermined quotas was actually Mo Wu. Soon, when all the competitors had arrived, 2 old men walked in. One of them was the 3rd elder whom he had met before, and the other was an unfamiliar old man. 4th elder. In order to select qualified disciples, he who was guarding the Abyss of Wudong specially rushed back. An excited voice could be faintly heard. 4th elder? Su Yu secretly sized him up. He was about 60 years old, with a square head and big ears, serious in speech and manner. Although he was old, his back was ramrod straight, unmoving like a mountain, dignified and solemn. Since everyone is here, let us begin the assessment. The 4th elder looked around and indifferently said, since the 3rd elder already knew about the Empire of Darkness killing the disciples of the Abyss of Wudong, it was reasonable for him to assist the 4th elder in selecting suitable disciples to be stationed in the Abyss of Wudong. The first round of assessment is a competition of movement techniques. Su Yu raised his eyebrows. Wasn't the quota to be determined through a competition? Looking at the crowd again, he was also surprised. The Abyss of Wudong is filled with danger. If there is an emergency, movement techniques are the foundation for survival. Therefore, the first round of assessment is movement techniques. The 4th elder said solemnly, method of assessment. Everyone flies 1 round around the Inner Sanctum meteorite. The first 50 who arrive can enter the next round. The rest will be eliminated. The Inner Sanctum was surrounded by 17 meteorites. It was the largest meteorite with a radius of 10 miles. With the speed of a 4th-level Holy King, it would take about 10 minutes. A 5th-level Holy King would need half a cup of tea's time. There was 1 6th-level Holy King, 42 5th-level Holy Kings, and 57 4th-level Holy Kings. It was obvious that all the 4th-level Holy Kings would be eliminated. Among the 4th-level Holy Kings, only those with outstanding movement techniques could advance to the next round of challenge. The time limit is 10 minutes. Now begin. Following the 4th elder's order, 100 people flew out in unison, using their movement techniques with all their might as they hurried on their way. Su Yu spread his spirit energy wings and flew high up in the sky, preparing to change into the icy divine wings. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, pushing Su Yu to one side. Caught off guard, he nearly stumbled and fell. Frowning, he looked over. It was Song Qing Shan and a few 5th-level Holy Kings with ill intentions. They were intentionally using the frightening spirit energy of a 5th-level Holy King to push Su Yu to one side. Isn't this the Su Yu who could kill a 5th-level Holy King? For someone as strong as you to not get first place, you must be feeling wronged. A 5th-level Holy King pursed his lips and mocked. Do you want us to move aside? Otherwise, if we leave you behind, that hidden expert of yours will find trouble with us. Su Yu turned a deaf ear to him, maintaining his spirit energy wings and flying at a moderate speed. following closely behind the group of 4th-level Holy Kings. Song Qingshan looked down from above, glancing at Suyu and mocking, "Let's fly later. A strong martial artist who can kill a 5th-level Holy King. It's better for us to obediently follow behind him." The surrounding 5th-level Holy Kings had mocking looks on their faces, standing calmly with their arms crossed. Their eyes were filled with mockery. Later, when they easily overtook Suyu, his expression would be very interesting. Without the second elder's protection, what would a mere 4th-level Holy King like Suyu amount to? Estimating that Suyu had already flown a few hundred meters, Song Qingshan's lips curled into a mocking smile, circulating the spirit energy behind him. He suddenly flapped his wings. Whoosh! A remnant shadow cut through the sky, closing the distance at a shocking speed. The rest of the 5th-level Holy Kings also had a playful look on their faces as they began to chase after Suyu. However, just as they were about to overtake Suyu one by one, something happened that caught them off guard. Suyu, who was neither fast nor slow, suddenly retracted his spirit energy wings. A pair of icy wings suddenly appeared on his back. They were vivid and lifelike, shaped like a swan feather. Layers of icy energy flowed, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. Icy divine wings had been cultivated to stage 1 top class. The first form of the icy divine wings had already been cultivated to its peak. At that moment, his speed far exceeded those of the same level, only below that of a 5th-level Holy King, and the difference was not that great. After changing to the icy divine wings, Suyu's speed had increased dramatically. With the power of light and shadow, he suddenly cut through the sky, leaving behind a series of remnant shadows, shuttling through the 4th-level Holy Kings. He had overtaken all of them. Ah, so fast! Isn't that Suyu who is only at 4th-level lower tier? What movement technique! So shocking! He's almost as fast as a 5th-level Holy King. A group of 4th-level Holy Kings who were pushed away by the strong wind exclaimed. Song Qingshan's mocking expression froze. He could not believe the scene in front of him. The speed of Suyu's movement technique was not much weaker than his. In the blink of an eye, Suyu had already disappeared from their field of vision. Not good. Song Qingshan's face alternated between green and red. He clenched his teeth and gave chase with all his might. The expressions of the rest of the 5th-level Holy Kings also froze, giving chase with all their might. At this moment, everyone felt their faces burning. They had initially wanted to see Suyu's good intentions, so they had intentionally waited for him to fly a certain distance before slowly overtaking him. Who would have thought that Suyu had hidden such a shocking movement technique? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of people quickly circled the inner sanctum in pursuit. The more they chased, the uglier Song Qingshan's expression became. Suyu's movement technique was only slightly weaker than his. As a result, they were unable to close the distance of a few hundred meters. Finally, after circling 1 round, they returned to the competition room. The 4th elder and the 3rd elder stood at the entrance of the competition room, registering the names one by one. 1 6th-level Holy King and 35 5th-level Holy Kings have returned. The remaining 7 5th-level Holy Kings. Their movement techniques are a little lacking. The 3rd elder secretly frowned. The 4th elder's expression was solemn. There's no hurry. They should be the next batch of returnees. No one can be faster than them. Whoosh! Before he could finish his sentence, a thin and weak figure flew in first. Not only the 3rd elder, but the 4th elder was also stunned. Whoosh, whoosh! At this moment, the 7 5th-level Holy Kings finally caught up, panting. The 3rd elder's eyes were filled with surprise, looking Suyu up and down, feeling that he was a stranger. He was faster than a 5th-level Holy King. His movement technique was truly extraordinary. The 4th elder was slightly surprised, then retracted his gaze and recorded Suyu's ranking. When his gaze swept past Song Qingshan and the rest, he lightly snorted. Not even comparable to a 4th-level Holy King. You have been pampered for too long. Reflect on yourself. Song Qingshan and the rest were flushed, unable to lift their heads, especially the 5th-level Holy Kings who had returned first. Among them, many had noticed that Song Qingshan and the rest had intentionally schemed against Suyu. At this moment, they were whispering to each other, sneering. Haha, not only did they want to humiliate Suyu, they even got ridiculed by Suyu. Isn't this like shooting yourself in the foot? But speaking of which, Suyu is really surprising. Even his movement technique, being close to that of a 5th-level Holy King, is unimaginable. Song Qingshan and the rest clenched their fists, infuriated by Suyu. Gradually, the crowd all flew back. The first 50 people to return qualified. The remaining 50 people left dejectedly. All right, the 50 of you will proceed to the next round of assessment. This round is a test of your eyesight. The abyss of Wudong is pitch black all year round. You will not be able to see your fingers in front of you. You will need extremely strong eyesight. So this round is a test of your eyesight. According to the rules of the assessment, I will find a way to turn the competition room into a pitch black state and place 50 pieces of black paper in the room. Your task is to infuse your eyes with spirit energy, achieve the ability to see in the dark, and find the black paper. This round, only 25 people will remain. Furthermore, each piece of black paper that you find will be counted as 1 point. The points can be accumulated for the next round of assessment. In the end, the 5 people who can remain will be determined by the points. So you must be serious. The more black paper you find, the more hope you have of passing. After the 4th elder finished, he and the 3rd elder looked at each other. They found black cloth and covered the entire competition room with it. In an instant, the room was completely dark. Not to mention the surrounding figures, it was difficult to even see a finger. At this moment, infusing spirit energy into both eyes would allow one to blur vision. The ability to see depended on the strength of one's spirit energy and the precision of one's control of spirit energy. It varied from person to person. Usually, people with a solid foundation would be able to use their eyesight more exquisitely. Suyu stood with his arms crossed. Deep within his pupils, a pair of crystalline pupils emitted a dim light. Chapter 154. To Suyu, the pitch-black environment was as bright as day. Whoosh! Suddenly, a faint sound entered his ears. Suyu glanced over. It was the 4th elder. In the darkness, he had quietly stuffed a piece of black paper to Mo Wu and the other 3 disciples. The 4th elder pretended that no one had noticed. He did not know that Suyu had seen everything. Was this what it meant to be internally decided? Suyu felt somewhat helpless. After that, the 4th elder threw out a large piece of black paper and scattered it in every corner of the competition room. The assessment begins. As soon as the order was given, the 50 people immediately channeled their spiritual energy into their eyes to vaguely discern the situation in the darkness. While they were still trying their best to adjust their vision, Suyu had already moved like a bolt of lightning to all the corners of the competition room. Every time he paused, he would grab a piece of black paper. In the blink of an eye, Suyu had obtained more than 5 pieces of black paper. You actually dare to snatch it. Right at this moment, a light snort floated over from the darkness. A wisp of faintly discernible, terrifying aura slowly spread out. This person was the only 6th-level Holy King, Tang Yishuan. Just as he adjusted his vision, he discovered that a black shadow had snatched the piece of black paper from his feet. He was dissatisfied. However, he did not have the time to argue with Suyu. In this stage of the test, the black paper would determine the total score. The more paper he snatched, the higher his chances of winning. Shua! As he moved quickly, Mo Wu also began to snatch. She glanced at Suyu in surprise. She had already noticed that Suyu had been snatching the black paper from the very beginning. The other holy kings were still working hard to revolve their spiritual energy, but Suyu treated the darkness as if it did not exist. His eyesight is that good. He doesn't even need to use his spiritual energy. Mo Wu was slightly surprised. The three of them plundered without restraint. At this time, everyone had just adjusted their vision and adapted to the dark environment. By the time they started searching for the black paper, more than half of it had been plundered. Some people were happy while others were sad. A moment later, the black veil outside the house was removed. The assessment was over. Those who don't get the black paper will be eliminated. The fourth elder announced expressionlessly, "Walala." In an instant, out of the 50 people, 30 left and only 20 remained. The original plan was to eliminate 25 people, but now 30 people were eliminated in one go, which somewhat exceeded the expectations of the fourth elder and the third elder. What's going on? The third elder was slightly puzzled. The fourth elder's eyes flashed. Take out your black papers and calculate your scores. Moments later, Song Qingshan 1 card 1 point. Tang Yishuan 6 cards 6 points. Mo Wu 8 cards 8 points. The three of them alone occupied 15 slots. It was no wonder that so many people were eliminated. However, in the next moment, third elder and fourth elder's expressions froze. Suyu, 19. Looking at the thick stack of black paper in Suyu's hands, everyone was shocked. Mo Wu was astonished. Even if he could see things in the dark, he shouldn't be this powerful. Could it be that his vision, other than being able to see things in the dark, was also extremely sharp and could easily observe every corner? He alone had more black paper than almost everyone else combined. After a while, the fourth elder announced, "Suyu, 19 points. Next is the final test, a competition of comprehensive strength. To put it simply, a duel." Was it finally time for the competition? The abyss of Wudong is quite dangerous. If you don't have enough strength, it'll be futile even if you go. Among the 20 of you, you'll compete with each other. For every person you defeat, you'll get 5 points. In the end, only the 5 people with the highest points will be left. These 5 people will be the members of the abyss of Wudong. The fourth elder solemnly announced. Everyone's blood was boiling. The final battle had finally begun. Apart from Mo Wu and the other 3 disciples, Tang Yishuan, the transcended 6th level Holy King, was their only target to defeat. Suyu clenched his fist. The only way to save Xiener was in front of him. Tang Yishuan was the biggest obstacle in front of him. Before the duel begins, all of you can rest and prepare. You only have an hour. After the fourth elder said this, his gaze swept past Suyu. You are Suyu? About your performance just now. Follow me, I have something to ask you. Suyu was slightly stunned. Could it be that his performance just now was too unique and aroused suspicion? Song Qingshan felt the pressure and a hint of jealousy burned in his eyes. Senior Song, could it be that this kid's performance just now was not bad and he was lucky enough to be chosen by the fourth elder? You want to give the last spot to him? I also have this worry. After all, Suyu has the second elder behind him. Song Qingshan's tiger eyes were filled with deep unwillingness and hatred. Humph, it's still early. Even if it's decided, he must have the ability to defeat us. Everyone present was a 5th level Holy King. If Suyu could not defeat them, he would not even be able to continue. Outside the house, in a sparsely populated area, the fourth elder smiled. Suyu, your performance was not bad. I intend to recommend you to enter the abyss of Wudong. Suyu was shocked, but he quickly recovered. Thank you for your kindness, fourth elder. May I know what instructions you have for me? Intelligence beyond your age, it's surprising. The fourth elder exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Su, you looked like he was only about 15 years old, but he was extremely intelligent and quick to react. He thought he would have to waste a lot of words, but Su, you understood immediately. I am relieved that you understand. I will give you a spot to enter the abyss of Wudong. In exchange, I hope you can secretly obtain a top-grade marrow-cleansing elixir for me. This matter needs to be kept secret. After you go to the abyss of Wudong, I will secretly give you some pointers. Su Yu's heart sank. What he wanted was the one and only top-grade marrow-cleansing elixir. This elixir was hard to come by, and Su Yu might not have the chance to obtain it. There was only one emergency mission a year. Moreover, he could not take all the credit every time. The Xianyun contest was just around the corner. This top-grade marrow-cleansing elixir could be said to be the key elixir to increase Su Yu's strength. But if he did not agree, first, his chances of winning the assessment were slim. Second, he would offend the fourth elder. Even if he entered the abyss of Wudong, he would be treated unfairly. Although the abyss of Wudong was about to be overseen by the third elder, the fourth elder still had the authority to deal with Su Yu even if he was in the abyss of Wudong. The sudden choice put Su Yu in a dilemma. There is no rush to answer now. Think about it. If you agree, just send me a signal. The fourth elder said warmly. He looked around vigilantly and returned expressionlessly. But as he left, his face suddenly turned gloomy. Su Yu, who had thought that he had a 90% chance of success, actually had the intention to resist. Humph, you think you can rely on that ghost-faced woman? The fourth elder's face was gloomy. Su Yu sighed in his heart. He could feel that the fourth elder's face was warm, but he was actually angry. If he did not agree, the consequences would be unpredictable. But the Xianyun contest was imminent. Xiener, clenching his teeth, Su Yu returned to the competition room. At that moment, the competition began. The competition follows the arena rules. The winner has the right to challenge the next person. After 5 matches, there will be a short break. After saying this, the fourth elder looked at Su Yu with a profound gaze. The first arena defender, Ma Feiming. The fourth elder appointed an arena defender. Ma Feiming was about 23 years old and was a 5th level lower tier, Holy King. He had broken through half a month ago. Leaping onto the arena, Ma Feiming looked around. When his gaze landed on Song Qingshan, his eyes flashed and he immediately pointed at Song Qingshan. Senior Song, come up and fight. Senior Song, Ma Feiming still bears a grudge against you. The disciple beside Song Qingshan sneered. Once, when Ma Feiming was still at 4th level peak, he had accompanied Song Qingshan on a mission and found a spiritual treasure in the mountains. In the end, Song Qingshan had taken it for himself. After handing it over to the faction, Song Qingshan had received many generous rewards and his cultivation level had improved. Ma Feiming had always held a grudge against Song Qingshan, but he could not find a chance to take revenge. Only today could he openly challenge Song Qingshan. Song Qingshan curled his lips. Jealousy? Is he worthy? What can a newly advanced 5th level Holy King do to me? Swoosh! Leaping onto the arena, Song Qingshan stood with his arms crossed, staring coldly at Ma Feiming. Ma Feiming, you dare challenge me? Ma Feiming was a little fearful of the other party's gaze. After all, when he was still a 4th level Holy King, Song Qingshan was already a veteran 5th level Holy King. He had carried out countless dangerous missions and was famous, but thinking of the humiliation he had suffered, he harbored resentment. Song Qingshan, that day you pushed me too far. Don't blame me for not showing mercy. I, Ma Feiming, am no longer the same as before. You better take me seriously. You're quite confident. Let me see what you're capable of now. Song Qingshan put down his crossed arms, not letting his guard down. Ma Feiming let out a low grunt and immediately attacked. 7 stars illuminating the moon. Ma Feiming let out a low grunt, displaying a legacy-level cultivation technique. Its level had reached stage 1 upper class. Combined with a 5th level Holy King cultivation level, its power was unfathomable. With each step, a remnant shadow appeared. After 7 steps, 7 remnant shadows appeared one after another. What made people serious was that the 7 remnant shadows were extremely solid. They were shadows that were deliberately created. Every afterimage contained a considerable amount of power. Destroy. After 7 steps, Faming closed in on him and let out a low grunt. Swoosh, a shocking scene appeared. It was clearly 7 remnant shadows, but at that moment it was as if they were real. They surrounded Song Qingshan from 7 directions. 7 steps, 7 stars, and 7 remnant shadows surrounded Song Qingshan like stars surrounding the moon. This was the 7 stars illuminating the moon. Rumble, the 7 remnant shadows attacked at the same time. Their attacks were so dense that it was impossible to defend against them. However, Song Qingshan's face was calm. As the 7 remnant shadows attacked, Song Qingshan's lips curled into a faint smile, and he casually extended a finger. Barren Mountain fingerprint. It was clearly an ordinary finger, but it was as if the mountains and rivers were destroyed. A terrifying, deathly stillness surrounded the tip of his finger. Gray air currents flowed, faintly having the power to devour vitality. With one finger, it was as if all living creatures would be devoured. The 3rd elder nodded slightly. Not bad. The remnant of the Barren Mountain fingerprint has been cultivated to stage 1 top class. He is not far from stage 2. The 4th elder nodded lightly. He is indeed extraordinary. Those who do not have a strong physique, even if they do not die, their vitality will be devoured by the gray air currents and they will faint. Mo Wu and the rest nodded secretly. Among the 5th level lower tier holy kings, Song Qingshan was indeed one of the best. Rumble. With a sweep of his finger, the gray air currents rolled in all directions. Poochie, Poochie, the 7 afterimages were actually destroyed with a sound. At the same time, Faming's real body was severely injured. With a scream, he was sent flying and smashed below the arena, almost fainting. Shock and unwillingness filled his eyes. After working so hard for so long, he still could not defeat Song Qingshan. Retracting his finger, Song Qingshan looked down and said disdainfully, "Go back to your mother's womb and train for a few years. Otherwise, you will always be defeated by me." Faming was furious, but his skills were inferior, and he could only leave in humiliation. Then, Song Qingshan's gaze turned cold and fixed on Suyu. The corners of his mouth cracked into a terrifying smile. "Suyu, it's your turn. Let me witness the demeanor of you killing a 5th level holy king." Everyone's gaze shot over, landing on the only 4th level holy king, Suyu. Several 5th level holy kings were mocking him. It's his turn? I wonder if that expert will suddenly appear and defeat Song Qingshan. Is he finally going to show his true colors? Interesting. Let's see how Senior Song will defeat him. That day, there was clearly an expert secretly helping him, but he waited for his junior to die before coming out to take advantage of the situation. Such a person should have met his end long ago. I hope Senior Song will not show mercy. Feeling the piercing gazes, Suyu's expression was calm as he stepped into the arena. Chapter 155. Song Qingshan stood with his arms crossed, his expression leisurely. Please let me broaden my horizons. However, just as he finished his sentence, he stopped abruptly. His leisurely expression gradually disappeared and was replaced with surprise. Creak! A ball of light gathered at Suyu's fingertip. The deep green and light blue fused, forming a ball of gentle blue and green light. The faint light floated. Looking at it, it was not light, but a flame the size of a thumb. No, it was an ice flame. An ice flame formed from the fusion of green and blue. Although weak, it released a deadly chill that made one's scalp numb. Crack! The sound of ice condensing spread throughout the arena. With Suyu at the center, the cold froze everything. The green arena was instantly covered in ice. Unable to withstand the extreme cold, the arena, which had not cracked after so many battles, actually began to crack densely. The fourth elder's eyes revealed a bewildered expression. This is the third elder who had seen Suyu fight was deeply surprised. Glazed ice flame, he has cultivated it to stage 1 upper class. What? The difficulty and power of this glazed ice flame is said to be the most powerful legacy, yet he has cultivated it to stage 1 upper class? For this scroll, a person with a high level of perception would need at least 10 years to comprehend stage 1 lower class, and more than 20 years to comprehend stage 1 upper class. He has only been in the sect for a few months, yet he can comprehend stage 1 upper class? Does this level of perception really belong to a human? Mo Wu's pretty eyes were filled with deep doubt. Su Yu's perception was so terrifying. The smiles of the 5th level holy kings who were waiting for Su Yu to be taught a lesson froze. That terrifying cold chi made them shudder with fear, even though they were below the arena. What kind of ice flame was it to have such terrifying power? On the arena, 10 meters away, Song Qingshan's body was coated with a thin layer of cold mist, gradually turning into ice. His leisurely crossed arms had long been unknowingly put down, concentrating on circulating spirit energy to expel the cold. Just the residual cold energy emitted was already so terrifying if that ice flame were to hit him. Song Qingshan's expression changed like never before, a sliver of the illusion of death clouding his heart. A bad feeling welled up in his heart. At that moment, he was 50% sure that the person who killed the snow lion was Su Yu himself. From the beginning to the end, no one had helped Su Yu. This was the result of his own hard work. He and those 5th level holy kings were merely jealous and envious, making malicious conjectures and slandering him. However, even if his heart was shaken, Song Qingshan had no way out. Moreover, the flames were too weak. Although their auras were terrifying, their actual power might not be that great, deliberately mystifying things. Song Qingshan kept his strange expression and remained calm in the face of danger. Barren mountain fingerprint. With a low roar, Song Qingshan's fingers churned with gray air. The hidden and sinister energy that devoured life caused one's heart to palpitate. Ma Feiming, who was also a 5th level holy king, was defeated by this move. Whoosh! Song Qingshan took the initiative to attack. Moving as fast as lightning, he covered a distance of 20 feet with a single step. The distance of 10 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. A strong gust of wind, mixed with gray air currents, blew up Su Yu's damaged clothes. His silver hair fluttered, sweeping across that handsome and calm face. A pair of eyes that were as tranquil as autumn water, without a single ripple. It was only when the gray finger attacked him that Su Yu took a step forward. Glazed ice flame, Su Yu said calmly. The weak ice flame on his fingertip was like a candle flickering in the wind, about to be extinguished. But the moment the two fingers came into contact, creak! The weak ice flame that was clearly the size of a thumb instantly exploded 100 times larger. Like a spark, it suddenly became the size of a house. It was sudden and violent, powerful and terrifying. It contained an endless amount of cold energy, like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time, finally erupting. Crack, crack. The endless cold energy descended, freezing everything in the surroundings. The 5th level holy kings who were closer to the arena suddenly changed their expressions and quickly retreated. Those who hesitated for a moment were covered in ice, almost frozen on the spot. The 3rd elder and the 4th elder could not help but remind, "Everyone retreat!" Walala! The crowd was like a tide, retreating one after another, staring in bewilderment at the volcanic eruption of cold energy. Not only the arena, but the entire competition room had fallen into a world of ice and snow. A thick layer of white ice descended upon the competition room. Ice spikes hung from the roof. The ground was covered in a thick layer of ice. The seats turned into ice sculptures, and the martial arts tools turned into ice. The shocking cold energy caused the entire place to turn into an ice sculpture in an instant. Even taking a breath would make one feel unbearably cold. And the source of all this was the shocking cold energy. The 6 jong tall burning ice flame rumbled and rolled. The bluish-green color was magnificent and dreamy, releasing the beauty that belonged to ice. Su-yu stood within the 60-foot ice flame, as if he was the supreme ruler of all ice in the world. In front of him, an ice sculpture maintained an attacking state. His gaze, expression, and posture were all frozen. Even the gray air current was frozen. It was as if he had been frozen in time and space. Su-yu slowly lowered his finger. He did not feel much of a sense of accomplishment for easily killing Song Qing-shan with one finger. That day inside the snow lion's body, Su-yu had crazily absorbed a large amount of the snow lion's icy blue energy, finally pushing the glazed ice flame to stage 1 upper class. The power of the most powerful legacy-level cultivation technique was enough for Su-yu to control the power to kill a 5th-level Holy King. Even someone as strong as Li Xiaowei had decisively escaped, showing his fear of this cultivation technique. Calmly looking at the frozen Song Qing-shan, Su-yu kicked him down. Crack, the ice shattered. Song Qing-shan trembled all over, his face turning green. His entire body was stiff as he lay on the ground, looking at Su-yu in fear. He had been defeated in one move. No, he had almost been killed in one move. If this had been a life-and-death battle, he would have been easily killed by Su-yu. Su-yu had obtained a series of merits, not because of the help of the second elder, but because he himself had the power to kill a 5th-level Holy King. Calmly glancing at him, Su-yu shook his head slightly. This is the ability that you are so proud of, the ability to bully others? How disappointing. Song Qing-shan's face turned red, feeling humiliated. But in front of Su-yu, the fear of being killed with a flick of his finger made him unable to refute. He lowered his head and left in a hurry. The 4th elder's eyes were filled with deep shock. The glazed ice flame is so powerful. In terms of power, it has already surpassed a normal stage 1 top-class legacy level, and is infinitely close to stage 2. This matter needs to be reported to the faction master. The power of the glazed ice flame may have been underestimated. Its power is beyond imagination. The 3rd elder's eyes were burning. Everyone in the faction knew of the existence of the glazed ice flame, but no one was willing to spend decades to cultivate a remnant of the manual. Today, Su-yu had revealed its terrifying power for the first time, shocking the elders' knowledge and causing them to pay unprecedented attention to this cultivation technique. On the arena, it was Su-yu's turn to guard the arena. There had already been 2 battles. Su-yu could still challenge 3 people. Su-yu ignored the shocked gazes of the crowd, raised his hand and pointed at a 5th-level lower tier Holy King. This person was the 5th-level Holy King who had slandered Su-yu and deliberately waited for his disciple to die, and came out to take advantage of the situation. Since it was a challenge, then naturally he would be the first to be challenged. You come up. The body of the 5th-level Holy King that was pointed at trembled, and he swallowed hard. Among the 5th-level lower-tier Holy Kings, Song Qing-shan, who was at the top, had been defeated, let alone them. But even if they were afraid, they could only go up to the arena. Su, Junior Su, I am Pu Nan. This is a duel. I hope that you will restrain yourselves to avoid harming the harmony. Bracing himself, the 5th-level Holy King said with some fear. Pu Nan's face was slightly flushed. Once upon a time, in his eyes, Su-yu was a person who could not withstand a single blow. At this moment, he had to put down his pride and beg Su-yu to be merciful. Sure, Su-yu said indifferently. These words made Pu Nan feel slightly relieved. Thank you. Pu Nan cupped his fists and then solemnly waited. Meteor kick. Pu Nan growled and took the lead to attack. With long strides, his speed was extremely fast. People could only see an afterimage and could not distinguish where the real body was. At the same time, Pooh Nan was surrounded by faint starlight, making it even more difficult to distinguish the real body. In an instant, Pooh Nan's attack arrived. Boom! The shadow of the leg attacked, and he was officially fighting with Suyu. Glazed ice flame. However, Suyu calmly pointed out a weak ice flame, and indeed it did not erupt. It was just lightly pointed at the sole of Pooh Nan's foot. Crack! But even so, Pooh Nan's whole body was stiff, his whole body icy cold. The attack of the leg was actually frozen on the spot. Seeing that he was about to stumble and fall, Suyu reached out and grabbed Pooh Nan's calf. Thank you, junior brother Su. Pooh Nan was grateful that Suyu was really merciful. However, as soon as his voice fell, he noticed that something was wrong. Suyu grabbed his calf and swung him into the air. It was as if Suyu was holding a stick and swinging it in his hand. Junior brother Su, what are you doing? Pooh Nan was horrified in midair. However, Suyu did not answer. With a flip of his wrist, he grabbed Pooh Nan's calf and slammed it into the ground. Boom! Puff! Pooh Nan's forehead was full of blood. Several of his teeth were knocked out, and his internal organs were shaken. Blood wrapped around his broken teeth and sprayed out together. The severe pain stimulated Pooh Nan, making him very ashamed and angry. He turned his head and shouted, "You." However, as soon as his voice fell, his whole body was once again swung by Suyu and then slammed into the bluestone floor. Then another blow. Then another blow. Below the arena, everyone was stunned. Suyu was like a dead dog, swinging Pooh Nan in a circle in the air and then slamming him into the ground. Round after round, until Pooh Nan was covered in blood and completely passed out. At this time, Suyu stopped and threw him out of the arena like a dead dog. Bang! Like a dead dog, the unconscious Pooh Nan made everyone suck in a cold breath. What a cruel heart! People need to be responsible for what they say. Using a dead fellow disciple to fabricate slanderous words to attack others, they should be severely punished. Suyu said coldly. Then Suyu's eyes swept over and fell on the second fifth-level Holy King. You, come up. Suyu pointed from afar. This person had mocked Suyu and revealed his true colors. At this moment, Suyu had indeed revealed his true colors, but what he revealed was a cruel heart and an absolutely crushing, terrifying strength. I admit. The person who had been pointed at jumped onto the arena, trembling with fear, cupped his hands, and prepared to admit defeat. Although the quota for the Abyss of Wudong was extremely precious, Pooh Nan was still lying on the ground like a dead dog. However, before he could finish his words, a gust of wind struck. Surprisingly, it was Suyu approaching. Glazed ice flame. Then Suyu did the same and swung the stiff Pooh Nan up. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Suyu once again swung the dead dog with ease. Once, twice, thrice, until his whole body was covered in blood. He threw him like a dead dog beside Pooh Nan. Compared to Pooh Nan, Suyu was merciful and did not make him faint. However, the one covered in blood was extremely angry and ashamed. I have already admitted defeat. Why did you still attack? Suyu asked, Did you admit defeat? When? Why didn't I know? Puff! He was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. He had not finished speaking when Suyu deliberately interrupted him. If you don't say it clearly, how do I know you admit defeat? Suyu glanced at him and pointed to the last person among the three. You, come up. I give up. I will not participate in the Abyss of Wudong assessment. The last person was pale and trembling. He screamed and fled on the spot. 5 rounds had passed, and Suyu had won 4 rounds in a row, earning 20 points. During the intermission, Suyu was once again called out by the 4th elder to talk to him alone. What do you think? There is only one chance. The 4th elder's eyes were bright. He had a strong obsession with the top-grade marrow-cleansing elixir. Feeling the faint pressure, Suyu's heart was heavy. If he did not give it, it would be difficult to pass the assessment. Even if he passed, he would be treated with difficulty. Taking a deep breath, Su Yu's eyes flashed. I have thought about it. Chapter 156. I can't agree. Su Yu expressed his thoughts clearly and concisely. The fourth elder was slightly stunned. Su Yu actually refused. Is my offer not sincere enough? The fourth elder calmly asked. The abyss of Wudong had already decided on a spot. Although it was not as valuable as a top-grade marrow-cleansing elixir, it was not far off. Su Yu tactfully refused. Elder's offer is hard to obtain, but I cannot give you the elixir. Why? The fourth elder's eyes were cold, a sign that he was about to get angry. I urgently need a breakthrough. The top-grade marrow-cleansing elixir is very important to me. Su Yu helplessly sighed. He could not give up the top-grade marrow-cleansing elixir. More importantly, would the fourth elder honor his promise? The so-called consideration was not an accurate explanation. With such a response, the fourth elder's eyes gradually narrowed. After a while, he slowly nodded. Okay, I understand. You can go back. After Su Yu left, the fourth elder's face turned gloomy. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. At this time, the intermission was over. The competition continues. 5 rounds have passed. 5 more rounds for the arena defender. You go up. The fourth elder seemed to randomly pick a 5th level upper tier, Holy King. But everyone knew that this person was Yang Fan, one of the 4 predetermined disciples. At the same time, he was the fourth elder's youngest disciple. Among the 4 predetermined disciples, he was the weakest. Therefore, the fourth elder picked him up in advance to give him the opportunity to challenge the remaining 5th level lower tier Holy Kings and win a few more rounds to get enough points. Among the people present, besides Su Yu, there were 4 other 5th level lower tier Holy Kings. It was enough for Yang Fan to get 5 consecutive points. At the same time, when there were only 10 people left, Yang Fan could successfully advance to the next round if he could defeat his opponent. Yang Fan had a medium build, messy hair, and a fierce aura. His eyes were bright and full of expression, occasionally bursting with strange waves of light. He stood tall in the arena, giving off a strong pressure. Zhang Liangli, come up! Yang Fan pointed to a female 5th level lower tier, Holy King. Whoosh! The woman who had been called out was over 30 years old. She was beautiful and was a married woman. Her figure was well-proportioned and plump. She wore no makeup and her eyes were clear. She was a good woman. Looking at Yang Fan, Zhang Liangli slightly frowned, feeling both helpless and worried. Her looks were not bad, but her husband was only a 4th level peak Holy King and had no one to rely on. In the faction, her beauty would inevitably be coveted. Among them, Yang Fan was the most extreme. Not only was he strong, he was also the 2nd disciple of the 4th elder. His harassment had failed, so he secretly threatened her to give in. A month ago, her husband was challenged and seriously injured. Until now, he had been bedridden. It was Yang Fan who instigated him. If she still didn't fulfill his wish by accompanying him to bed and satisfying his desires, their days as husband and wife would probably be even more unbearable. Zhang Liangli's heart was struggling and she was already wavering. However, she was worried that after Yang Fan had tasted the sweetness once, he would crave her body. In the future, she would never be able to escape from his evil clutches and become his plaything. Now that Yang Fan had found an opportunity to challenge her, it was also an opportunity to knock her down a peg. Senior Sister Zhang, make your move. Yang Fan's expression was fierce, but his eyes were burning with a hint of heat and a sneer. Zhang Liangli heaved a sigh of relief and helplessly took action. It was fine if her strength was below Yang Fan's, but the 4th elder was watching from below the arena. How could she dare to strike a heavy blow? Heartless, falling flower. Zhang Liangli's delicate body danced and spun like a falling flower. A pink mist enveloped her entire body, making her body hazy and graceful like a spring flower. However, within the pink mist, there was a power that could make people drowsy. Su Yu was surprised. Zhang Liangli's technique was closer to a support technique. If someone cooperated with her, she would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Yang Fan's mouth twitched. Senior Sister Zhang's heartless falling flower is even more skillful. Rub, rub. Although he was mocking her, Yang Fan took a few steps back to avoid being hit. As a result, it was difficult for him to get close to Zhang Liangli. However, Yang Fan's mocking smile deepened. Unfortunately, I am destined to be your nemesis. Only Zhang Liangli could understand the meaning behind his words, that he would not give up until he had Zhang Liangli. At the same time, there was another meaning. That was the restraint of her technique. Swish! Yang Fan revolved his spirit energy and concentrated it in his eyes. In an instant, his eyes gradually changed from an ordinary pitch-black color to a crimson color. Layers of light flowed within his eyes like a burning flame, divine pupils of red flame. Yang Fan chuckled. Pop! 2 scarlet flames the size of an eye shot out from his eyes. The speed was comparable to a beam of light, difficult to capture. When Zhang Liangli realized that something was wrong, the 2 scarlet flames had already passed through the pink mist, attacking her chest and abdomen. Ah! With a painful groan, Zhang Liangli was sent flying by the 2 seemingly weak flames, vomiting blood. She smashed toward Su Yu, who was below the arena. Su Yu's expression was calm. He reached out and grabbed Zhang Liangli's body to prevent her from being hit. Feeling the power behind her, Zhang Liangli looked up and smiled sadly. Thank you, junior brother Su. After saying that, she hurriedly covered her chest and abdomen. Her sad smile was a little more crimson. The 2 flames slightly damaged 2 parts of her clothes, revealing a shocking, snow-white skin. Her snow-white flesh could even be seen. Her flat abdomen did not have a trace of fat. Although it was only a glimpse, it clearly fell into Su Yu's eyes, making him slightly embarrassed. On the arena, Yang Fan saw the 2 of them touching intimately. His eyes turned cold. Kid, mind your own business. Zhang Liangli was his woman. He would not allow any other man to touch her. Su Yu fearlessly looked into his cold eyes. You can challenge me. A 5th level upper tier Holy King was beyond Su Yu's limits. However, a battle was inevitable. Even if he could not win, he had to fight to the death. Yang Fan smiled contemptuously. It will be your turn soon, no hurry. Enjoy your last moments. After saying that, Yang Fan looked at Zhang Liangli meaningfully. Zhang Liangli's delicate body trembled. Her eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. Her heart was shaken, on the verge of collapse. She had no choice. If she did not promise him and satisfy his desires, she and her husband would never be able to stand out in the faction. Similar situations like her husband's and her current tragic situation would be repeated frequently. Sensing the change in Zhang Liangli's mentality, Yang Fan withdrew his gaze in satisfaction. He then immediately challenged the next 5th level lower tier, Holy King. But not Su Yu. Moreover, the next 3 battles were all against 5th level lower tier, Holy Kings. Until the 5th battle, Yang Fan would rather choose a 5th level upper tier, Holy King, than Su Yu. Su Yu did not think that Yang Fan was thinking of him and helping him enter the top 10. If there were no accidents, Yang Fan was saving the weakest Su Yu for last to ensure that the last battle was foolproof. After all, if he were to be defeated at that moment, there would still be room for maneuver. With the 4th Elder's prestige, he could temporarily change the rules of the next round of assessment and allow him to return to the arena. However, if he were to be defeated in the last battle, he would no longer have a chance. Therefore, he would rather challenge someone of the same level at this moment to save Su Yu for last as a stepping stone. Using me as a stepping stone. Su Yu's eyes flashed coldly. The battle between Yang Fan and the 5th level Holy King was brilliant. even though he was facing a strong opponent of the same level as him. His pair of divine eyes of red flame was extremely troublesome. The two fought for 50 rounds before Yang Fan finally gained the upper hand and swept his opponent off the arena. The fourth elder slightly nodded and lightly breathed a sigh of relief. Everything went according to plan. At this point, the 10 battles were over. After 10 people were eliminated, there were 10 people left. In the last round of the assessment, you will be paired with a one-on-one duel. The 5 winners will become members of the Abyss of Wudong. The fourth elder announced, and temporarily added. At that time, the accumulated points can also be used as a reference. The crowd did not understand the last sentence. However, the assignment of opponents soon began, and the fourth elder took the initiative to assign them. Su, you notice that the opponents assigned to the 4 predetermined disciples were not predetermined disciples, but disciples who were not predetermined disciples. Moreover, coincidentally, it was the kind of opponent that could easily win. The predetermined disciple of the 5th level peak Holy King versus a 5th level upper tier Holy King. Disciples like Mo Wu, who had surpassed the Holy King level, were matched against a 5th level peak Holy King. In order to ensure that everything was lost, the 4th elder did not assign Tang Yishuan, a 6th level Holy King, to the 4 predetermined disciples. Therefore, Tang Yishuan's opponent was also a disciple who was not predetermined. Without a doubt, Su Yu's opponent was indeed Yang Fan. When announcing the assignment of their opponents, the 4th elder intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Su Yu. His gaze was cold, and there was a hint of revenge. Su Yu secretly shook his head. A dignified elder was actually so narrow-minded. It was fine if he shamelessly asked for the disciple's belongings, but when he failed to ask, he secretly harmed the disciple. His dark nature was disgusting. Among the higher-ups of the faction, the ugliest second elder was the most admirable. Among the higher-ups of the faction that Su Yu had come into contact with, the faction master was sanctimonious, but in reality he was timid. He was worried that he would offend the great elder, and coldly watched as Su Yu was killed by the great elder. The 3rd elder used the reward to trick the disciple into accepting the dangerous 6-person group mission. Although he looked stern on the outside, he viewed the disciple's life as worthless, not to mention the great elder, the 4th elder, and the 10th elder. The only trustworthy person in the faction was the 2nd elder. It was difficult for Su Yu to feel a sense of belonging in such a faction. At that moment, the arena match finally began. Tang Yishuan made his move first. His opponent was a 5th level upper tier Holy King. Standing on the arena, Tang Yishuan stood with his hands behind his back and coldly stared at his opponent. Do you want me to invite you down, or do you want to get down yourself? The opponent's 5th level upper tier Holy King let out a bitter laugh, sighed at his bad luck, and took the initiative to admit defeat. A 5th level upper tier Holy King was too far away from a 6th level Holy King. Following that was Mo Wu, one of the faction's 4 great core disciples, a strong martial artist of the Dragon Realm. Such a transcendent existence. Yet the 5th level peak Holy King had no choice but to admit defeat without even stepping onto the arena. The other 2 internal disciples also quickly defeated their opponents with an absolute advantage. The seemingly long 5 matches ended in the blink of an eye at a jaw-dropping speed. Finally, there was only 1 match left. The internal disciple, Yang Fan versus Su Yu, a 5th level upper tier Holy King and a 4th level lower tier Holy King. The difference between them was like the clouds and the mud. Whoosh! Yang Fan took the lead and leaped onto the arena. His fierce eyes contained a hint of mockery. Come up and fight, Su Yu! After saying that, his lips moved and he vaguely mouthed a few words. Outsiders did not notice. Only Su Yu himself understood. That was 3 words, stepping stone. The 4th elder had prepared a stepping stone for his own disciple. With a cold gaze, Su Yu walked onto the arena with a calm expression. Stepping stone, huh? I hope you don't trip over it. Chapter 157. You still dare to resist the fate of a stepping stone. Yang Fan's sharp gaze pierced through Suyu. Suyu's gaze was calm. The bluish-green ice flame gathered at his fingertips. The extreme coldness spread across the entire arena. In an instant, the arena was filled with a cold mist. The mist was hazy, making it look like a fairyland on Earth. Glazed ice flame. Suyu took the initiative to attack. The bluish-green ice flame on his fingertips was like a glimmer of light, floating in the cold mist. In an instant, it pierced through the void and silently attacked Yang Fan. As it neared Yang Fan, it suddenly erupted with a peerless ice flame. The 60-foot flame ignited the entire competition room. In an instant, the place was plunged into a world of ice. The billowing cold energy, with the power to freeze everything, rumbled toward Yang Fan. Even a 5th level lower tier, Holy King, could not resist and was completely frozen into an ice sculpture. However, within Yang Fan's fierce expression, there was a hint of mockery. Didn't anyone tell you that fire can restrain cold energy? Yang Fan laughed disdainfully, his eyes burning with scarlet flames, divine pupils of red flame. With a low grunt, Yang Fan's eyes shot out 2 weak scarlet flames. It was clearly extremely weak, but wherever it passed, all the cold energy melted. It was as if the world of ice was being burned by a raging fire, completely collapsing. The cold mist that filled the sky was instantly swept away as the scarlet flames pierced through the void. The icicles shattered and splattered, turning into scalding water droplets, sprinkling in all directions. Suyu's strongest attack could not withstand a single blow from the divine pupils of red flame. Moreover, as it charged toward Suyu, its power was only slightly weakened. With one move, the difference in strength was obvious. Yang Fan had the absolute ability to crush Suyu. There was almost no suspense in this battle for Yang Fan. Mo Wu sighed softly. In the end, he was not as determined as he was in the beginning to step onto the path of the Xianyun Temple. In the past, Suyu had firmly and forcefully sworn in front of the second elder that no matter how difficult it was, he would definitely kill his way into the ancient Xianyun Temple and seize the Phoenix Blood Elixir. Now, he did not even have the qualifications to compete for a place in the temple. How could he save Xiener? Unsurprisingly, Suyu was about to make the most humiliating choice in his life. Would he have to watch his beloved woman die in front of him, or allow his beloved woman to become the woman of the enemy? How similar was the fate of Suyu's former teacher, Li Guang. The 4th elder let out a cold smile. Since Suyu was unwilling to accept his request, he would become Yang Fan's stepping stone. The 5th level Holy Kings who had been defeated felt deeply regretful. From the looks of it, Suyu had no fate with the Abyss of Wurong, let alone the Xianyun contest. However, everyone's mood was different. Only Suyu's eyes were calm and clear. Even when the 2 scarlet flames attacked him, he did not panic at all. Suyu's calm eyes reflected the 2 balls of scarlet flames that were getting clearer and clearer. Only when the flames got close to him did Suyu move. However, it was only a slight movement of his index finger. Chila, Chila, the sky full of divine ice threads, like a volcanic eruption, spewed out from the divine ice ring. Countless threads were densely packed and extremely agile, and they automatically wrapped around Suyu's body. At the same time, they quickly condensed and weaved into an airtight layer. Looking closely, he was actually weaving a set of battle armor. Helmet, breastplate, leg armor. An entire set of armor was put on Suyu's body. The battle armor was crystal clear, reflecting a cold light. From afar, it looked like a carved crystal battle armor, beautiful beyond compare. However, within its beauty, it did not lose its dominance and power. The outer edges of the shoulder armor were curved upwards, shaped like 2 spikes. 9 flying dragons were carved on the chest, soaring into the sky. Rows upon rows of armor plates emitted an astonishing chill that could frighten one's heart. On top of the helmet, the words Divine Ice were carved clearly. The weak Suyu, with the support of the battle armor, was unprecedentedly tall and mighty. Standing in his original position, he was like a crystal god of war. At this moment, the two scarlet flames finally attacked. With the speed of lightning, they headed straight for Suyu's face. Suyu's eyes slowly opened, emitting a cold light through the crystal helmet. Divine Ice battle armor. Open. With a low shout, Suyu's body suddenly erupted with bluish-green flames. The bluish-green ice flames, which were clearly only 60 feet tall before, had suddenly soared to a height of 70 feet. The palpitating chill was more than 30% stronger than before. The divine ice ring, the power of a divine artifact, had finally descended upon the world after the artifact control technique had reached stage 1 lower class. After countless years, the divine artifact of the divine ice ancient kingdom had once again descended upon the world. The divine ice battle armor increased the power of ice-based attacks, and at the same time, greatly increased its defense. This was part of the power of the divine ice ring as a divine artifact. Whoosh! Suyu raised his palm, and the arm of the divine ice battle armor also rose in that instant. The two frightening scarlet flames were actually grabbed by Suyu's right hand. His movements were light, as if he had done it lightly, but a scene that made everyone gasp appeared. Creak! The frightening scarlet flames were actually extinguished by his grasp. How terrifying was the temperature of the scarlet flames that had instantly melted the bluish-green flames. But it was extinguished by his grasp. Even a 5th level upper tier Holy King would not dare to grab it with his bare hands. Looking at Suyu's palm, the divine ice battle armor was unharmed. It was as if the frightening scarlet flames had not caused him any harm. What a frightening defense! What a frightening chill! Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they stared at the crystal battle armor on Suyu's body in disbelief. The 3rd elder and the 4th elder exclaimed at the same time, "Divine artifact!" A blazing light flickered in the eyes of the 2 supreme elders. Even in the Lucien faction, there were not many divine artifacts. Only the elders could possess them, but there were only 1 or 2 who could control divine artifacts. The reason for this was that the divine artifacts they obtained came from the ancient times and were items with owners. They who came later were unable to control them. But Suyu, a mere outside sanctum disciple, actually possessed a divine artifact. Moreover, he could successfully control the divine artifact and display the power of the divine artifact. Could it be that the divine artifact in Suyu's hands had already recognized him as its owner? If so, could they order Suyu to give up his status as a master and recognize them as his? The 2 elders revealed their greed at the same time, and Mo Wu was shocked. Divine artifact? He controls a divine artifact? A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Suyu had actually successfully controlled a divine artifact. The degree of shock of this matter was no less than when he had wreaked havoc at the wedding. Opposite him, Yang Fan's expression was stiff and frozen, unable to believe the scene before him. It was actually a divine artifact. Effortlessly grabbing the divine artifact that extinguished Qi Yan, the figure wearing the crystal battle armor, standing calmly, actually gave Yang Fan a great deal of pressure at that moment. An oppressive feeling, as if a mountain was crashing down, assaulted him for the first time. After a long time, the shock on the scene gradually subsided. The 3rd elder's breathing slightly froze, his old eyes staring at Suyu's finger, bursting with a frightening light. At that moment, he did not care about the crowd present. "Suyu, no matter the outcome of this match, come with me after this. I have something to ask you." "Suyu, I also have something to ask you." The 4th elder's eyes burned with greed. If he could control a divine artifact, his abilities would increase by a whole level? The 2 elders actually coveted the divine ice ring in front of everyone. On the arena, Su Yu's expression was dull, indifferent as usual. Wait for me to finish my match. Chapter 158. Whoosh! Su Yu was engulfed in 70 feet of ice flames and donned the divine ice battle armor. He pushed off the ground, and a cracking sound came from the limestone floor. At a glance, the bluestone slabs were smashed into pieces because of his excessive strength. Under the strong, elastic force, Su Yu was like an arrow that had been released from a bow. Everyone could barely make out a blurry figure charging straight at Yang Fan. Yang Fan's face was unprecedentedly solemn and anxious. If he was careless, the one who became a stepping stone this time might be him. The arrow was knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. Yang Fan had no way out. Divine eyes of scarlet flame. Yang Fan growled. A layer of scarlet flames burned in his eyes again. Although they were only the size of his pupils, they contained an extremely high temperature. Whoosh! 2 flames shot out of his eyes and headed straight for Su Yu. At that moment, Su Yu had already flown close to him. The huge palm clenched into a fist. Under the high-speed impact, the fist force was wrapped in turbulent ice flames. Like a burning iron ball, it came crashing down. Poochie! The terrifying scarlet flames were immediately smashed by the iron ball, turning into sparks that splashed in all directions. Yang Fan's expression finally changed. He channeled all his spiritual energy into his right fist and hastily faced the enemy. I don't believe that I'll lose to you. Clenching his teeth, Yang Fan gathered dense spiritual energy into his fist, wrapped in a powerful force, and clashed. Crackle! With a muffled sound, the 2 fists collided. Rub, rub. Yang Fan let out a painful groan and staggered 3 steps back. There was a faint taste of blood in his throat. The spiritual chi in his right fist dissipated, leaving the bluish-green ice flame. Su Yu, on the other hand, had not moved an inch. With a single punch, the difference in power was obvious. Su Yu, think carefully about the situation. Yang Fan's heart gradually became flustered, as if he had suddenly fallen from a cliff into an endless abyss. He thought that Su Yu was just a stepping stone, but the truth was that he was Su Yu's stepping stone. Therefore, he secretly threatened that he had a master overseeing things. The situation has long been clear. Su Yu's gaze was calm. My situation is that if I fight, I will die. If I don't fight, I will still die. If that's the case, I might as well fight. Perhaps even if he obtained the qualifications to enter the abyss of Wudong, it would still be difficult to save Xiener. However, if he couldn't get it, then there was no hope at all. Rather than that, he might as well go all out and fight, even if it meant offending the 4th elder. Whoosh! Once again, Su Yu turned into an arrow that had left the bow and collided with Yang Fan in the form of the ice-armored god of war. I will fight you to the death. Yang Fan roared, unwilling to give up. He used all his skills to fight Su Yu head-on. Boom! With his full strength, Yang Fan also erupted with absolute strength. At the same time, Su Yu also suffered some light injuries. The more the 2 fought, the more courageous they became. For the last spot, they gave it their all. Boom! Pa! On the stage, only the sound of rain hitting the lotus pond could be heard. Their figures were blurry, and only 2 afterimages could be seen. Sometimes they separated, sometimes they collided, and sometimes they tangled with each other. After a few hours, a figure was finally sent flying backwards with a large amount of blood splattering out of his body. It was Yang Fan. His entire body was covered in ice shards, and his hair and eyebrows were covered in frost. Even his face was ashen white, with a tinge of coldness. He spat out a large amount of blood as he fell off the stage and crashed into the spectator stands. The violent impact caused him to faint on the spot. Su Yu, on the other hand, was also exhausted. He was panting slightly. Even the divine ice battle armor showed signs of instability. The armor was loose in many places. However, it was undeniable that Su Yu had won, even though it was a difficult victory. The 4th elder's eyes were blazing, and his expression was ugly. He had arranged for Suyu to be the last to be used as a stepping stone for his disciple. Who would have thought that Yongfan would become the stepping stone instead? Under normal circumstances, Suyu's final opponent was likely to be one of the 4 predetermined disciples, or even the 6th-level Holy King, Tang Yishuan. At that time, Suyu would undoubtedly lose. It was his arrangement that gave Suyu the opportunity to step on his disciple. The thoroughly defeated Yongfan had already lost the qualification to be in the top 5. The spot that he had prepared for his disciple was forcibly taken by Suyu. Hiding the chill in the depths of his eyes, the 4th elder forced a smile. "Congratulations! You have passed the final assessment and successfully obtained the honor of being a garrison member of the Abyss of Wudong. You have 1 day to prepare and set off tomorrow." With that, he glanced at Suyu. "Come with me. I have something to ask you about your performance." The 3rd elder's eyes were blazing, and he stood side by side with the 4th elder. Unknowingly, the 2 of them had secretly reached a tacit understanding. The divine artifact, the divine ice ring, and the method to control it would be obtained by the 2 of them first before deciding who would own it. Otherwise, if the news were to be leaked, they might not even have the chance to make a move. But at this moment, Mo Wu walked over with an expressionless face. She was indifferent and cold as usual. "Elders, Master has ordered us to return the divine artifact after the end of the contest. It is not advisable to delay any further. Farewell." With that, she extended her lily-white hand and grabbed Suyu's hand, leaving the arena. The pupils of the 3rd and 4th elders slightly shrank. Could Suyu's divine artifact belong to that ugly lunatic? Strangely, the 2 of them did not question it, as if it was a matter of course for the 2nd elder to possess a divine artifact. Halfway through the journey, they confirmed that no one was following them. Suyu then withdrew his palm from Mo Wu's delicate and warm palm. "Thank you." Suyu smiled. Her residual warmth still lingered in his palm. Sure enough, she was a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. At crucial moments, she would always display a passion that did not match her appearance. Mo Wu stopped in her tracks and turned around. Her eyes did not waver as she calmly said, "I was only following Master's orders to take care of you. There is no need to thank me." Suyu continued to smile. His heart was filled with gratitude. "Senior Sister Mo, one day I will repay you. If you have any wishes, I am willing to do my best to fulfill them." Suyu valued favors and would never forget those who had helped him. "Repay a favor?" Mo Wu murmured. Her beautiful eyes looked toward the distant sky. Time and space were silent. Heaven and earth were far away. Mo Wu's eyes reflected a vast emptiness. In that instant, Suyu felt a bit of loneliness from her. "My wish." Mo Wu lost her voice and lightly shook her head. "You cannot fulfill it. I will fulfill it myself. I will use everything in my life to fulfill it." Suyu was slightly shaken. What was the wish of her life? What was the hidden wish in Mo Wu's heart? After returning to the courtyard with her, Suyu immediately went into seclusion. The final battle just now was rather difficult. Although he had defeated Yongfan, he had suffered a lot of injuries. However, Suyu was pleasantly surprised to discover that the large amount of medicinal power that had settled in his body had begun to take effect under the condition that his blood was boiling. While nursing his injuries, Suyu immediately activated Sai of Ice. He urged the medicinal power in his body to circulate within his flesh and blood, improving his physique and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The next morning, there were only a few hours left before they would depart for the Abyss of Wudong. Suyu slowly opened his eyes, and a ray of light burst forth. The aura of a 4th-level upper tier, Holy King, was slowly released. Abundant spiritual energy surrounded his body. His injuries were all gone. His abilities had achieved a breakthrough. At the same time, he had a whole new understanding of his cultivation techniques. Among the ice-based cultivation techniques, Sai of Ice, which amplified spiritual energy, was at stage 1 top class. It was only a step away from the rumored stage 2. Icy Divine Wings had long been at stage 1 top class and was only a short distance away from stage 2. At that time, the Icy Divine Wings would break away from the current Flying Swan Wings form and enter the second form. At that time, what form would the Icy Divine Wings take? How shocking would its speed be? Glazed Ice Flame had 2 types of extreme ice flames. It had only broken through to stage 1 top class and was extremely powerful. If it wanted to break through to the next stage, it would need to find a new ice flame to fuse with. Would its power increase explosively? Next was God Eyes Demon Moon. This secret soul attack technique only had stage 1. Su Yu had only cultivated it to stage 1 lower class and was still a step away from upper class. If he cultivated it to upper class, Su Yu would be able to confuse powerful enemies who were not more than 3 levels above him. It would be extremely effective. Lastly was the remnant of the immortal level cultivation technique with more than 100 words. Its profound meaning made it difficult for Su Yu to break through the shackles. But Su Yu believed that once he successfully comprehended the immortal level cultivation technique with more than 100 words, he would be able to unleash an extremely terrifying power. Seeing that there was only half a day left, Su Yu still had a precious opportunity to enter the depository of scriptures. But after some thought, Su Yu temporarily gave up. Firstly, there were no lightning-based cultivation techniques in the depository of scriptures that he wanted. Secondly, there were many cultivation techniques in his hands. It would not be wise to bite off more than he could chew. Forcefully choosing to cultivate would not be beneficial to his cultivation. He would decide on his abilities after returning from the abyss of Wudong. At this moment, a junior from the Li family brought a letter from Zhao Guang. A month ago, Zhao Guang had left the faction and lived in Li Guang's tomb. Su Yu was moved to receive his letter. He opened it and read it, feeling comforted. Zhao Guang had already broken through to the level of Holy King. At this moment, he was peacefully accompanying Li Guang's tomb. Even though many people in the Li family were against his existence, they did not chase him away. It was said that the Li family master had tacitly agreed to it. Zhao Guang had 2 requests. First, for Su Yu to erase his master's name from the Pillar of Shame. Second, for Su Yu to clear his master's name and return him to the Li family tomb so his soul could rest in peace. Even without Zhao Guang's reminder, Su Yu had not forgotten his vow to avenge him and clear his name. But Zhao Guang's last sentence stunned Su Yu. Lastly, I would like to thank Junior Brother for sweeping Master's grave every 7 days and leaving me a middle-grade marrow-cleansing pill. I, Zhao Guangyong, will remember this kindness. However, I hope that the next time Junior Brother comes, you can do it openly. Why do you have to come at night? Wait a minute. Su Yu's heart shook. He had sworn that if he did not take the heads of those 2 people, he would be too ashamed to come to Li Guang's tomb. He had spent the entire month in the Wulong snowfield. How could he travel thousands of miles to Li Guang's tomb and leave Zhao Guang a precious medium-grade marrow-cleansing elixir? That person was definitely not Su Yu. It was someone else. Could it be the Li family master? Only the Li family master would do such a thing. But how could the Li family so easily give Zhao Guang a medium-grade marrow-cleansing elixir? Furthermore, it was once every 7 days. Even Su Yu had only managed to obtain a bottle of marrow-cleansing elixir after experiencing a month of life and death. The Li family would definitely not be so generous. But it was not Su Yu, not the Li family. Who else would sweep Li Guang's tomb and secretly help his disciple cultivate? To be able to avoid the eyes and ears of the many experts of the Li family without Zhao Guang noticing, that person's abilities were no small matter. At the very least, he was definitely not weaker than the Li family master. But who was that person? Who was the mysterious tomb sweeper? Chapter 159. After thinking for a moment, Suyu could not figure it out. At that moment, it was finally time to depart. When he arrived at the courtyard, Mo Wu was already waiting outside. Her proud figure stood quietly in the courtyard. Under the warm sunlight, her classical figure was slender and elegant, as beautiful as a flower. "Let's go," Mo Wu said softly without turning her head. She took light steps leading the way. It turned out that she had been waiting for Suyu. Suyu smiled as he followed. His eyes reflected her beautiful figure, waves of fragrance wafting into his nose. At the assembly point outside the sanctum, the other three were already there. The fourth elder secretly stared at Suyu, looking at his finger. The divine ice ring had already disappeared. The fourth elder sighed in disappointment. In the end, it was still taken back by the second elder. Suyu had exposed the divine artifact to the world, attracting covetous eyes. If the second elder did not take it back, Suyu would be in danger. But now, that sliver of hope had been extinguished. At that moment, 5 giant birds descended. They were the unique means of transportation of the Lucian faction. Back then, when they descended on Shinue Island, Suyu could only look up to them. But now they could be killed with a flick of a finger. Even though they were slightly smaller than the eagles heading to Shinue Island, their abilities were not much different. Suyu could not help but sigh at the huge difference in just half a year. The journey is long, hence we are using eagles. There are a total of 5 red eagles. The 5 of you will share 4 of them, the fourth elder calmly said, flying onto the largest eagle. The remaining 4 eagles were split among the 5 disciples. 2 of them were destined to squeeze onto the same eagle. Even though the eagle was not small, it was a little crowded for 2 people. Presumably, no one wanted to share it with others. Whoosh! Suyu reacted quickly. Without a second word, he headed toward the closest eagle and took the lead. But just as Suyu was about to fly onto one of the eagles, suddenly, a cold gust of wind came from behind him. Even though it did not contain spirit energy, the gust of wind from the palm contained a powerful cold current. Suyu was sent flying 3 meters to the side. Whoosh! A sound pierced through the air, piercing through the air. Looking over, the person who snatched it was Tang Yishuan, a 6th-level holy king. As for the other 3, they had already been decided on as disciples, so he did not dare to snatch them away. Only Suyu, like him, was someone who did not have any backing. If they didn't rob him, who else would they rob? Get lost! Tang Yishuan flicked his finger, and a bolt of energy attacked Suyu. Suyu had no choice but to take a few steps back. Suyu clenched his fists, feeling slightly angry. He wanted to look for the rest of the eagles, but they were all occupied. He was left alone with nowhere to hide. The 4th elder's expression was calm. He turned a blind eye to this and said indifferently, "Prepare to depart!" Pucci, the 5 eagles immediately flapped their wings and prepared to fly. Tang Yishuan's cold eyes swept past Suyu, and he said indifferently, "You entered the abyss of Wudong by relying on luck. You are not fit to ride the same carriage as me, Tang Yishuan." After he finished speaking, he piloted the eagle and soared into the sky. The other eagles also left one after another. In the blink of an eye, the eagle disappeared. However, the black dancing eagle was still hovering in midair. On the back of the eagle, Mo Wu was meditating with her legs crossed. Her eyes were closed and her back was facing Suyu. At that moment, without turning her head, she said coldly, "Do you want me to invite you up?" Suyu smiled and flew up. "Thank you, Senior Mo." Mo Wu was cold and did not respond. She piloted the eagle and chased after them. Only when she caught up with Tang Yishuan's eagle did she slightly open her eyes. When she glanced at Tang Yishuan, she said indifferently, "Do you want me to help you teach him a lesson?" "No need. We men should solve our own problems. I will personally repay you for today's slap." Suyu looked at Tang Yishuan coldly and looked away expressionlessly. Mo Wu slowly closed her eyes and replied coldly, "Up to you." After she finished speaking, She focused on her cultivation and ignored Su Yu's existence. Su Yu was grateful, and he also sat cross-legged to cultivate. However, the back of the eagle was small, and it was easier for one person to cultivate. However, it was slightly crowded for two people. As Su Yu sat cross-legged, his knees inevitably touched Mo Wu's thighs. The soft and hot sensation traveled from his knees to his heart. Coupled with the delicate fragrance, it made Su Yu feel strange and awkward. Mo Wu, who had her eyes closed, could not help but open her eyes and stare coldly at Su Yu. However, this place was narrow and she could only silently endure. In the Lucian faction, the faction master and a few elders gathered together, other than the second elder, who was in seclusion, and the fourth elder, who was guarding the abyss of Wudong. The rest of the elders were present. The faction master and the rest sat around a round table. On the table were 4 pitch-black tokens, engraved with the word Empire. Looking at the 4 tokens, the higher-ups present had serious expressions, and the atmosphere was tense. 3 of the tokens were found in the Wulong snowfield, and the last one was found in the ocean. The faction master frowned and sank into deep thought. Above the ocean, the silver-robed guards of the Empire of Darkness robbed the new disciples of the Lucian faction. At the Wulong snowfield, the silver-robed guards of the Empire of Darkness robbed the Lucian faction's treasures. What do you all think about this? The faction master asked in a low voice. The third elder said seriously, "In my opinion, it is time to inform the Alliance and inform them of this matter. The Empire of Darkness has already extended its tentacles into the Lucian faction. We have no way out." Everyone was nervous. The Empire of Darkness was a taboo existence in the Jinlong continent. It was like a formless blade was placed on the necks of every faction. If they provoked it, they would be turned into ashes in an instant. What if the Empire of Darkness seeks revenge in advance? After all, we have already mistakenly killed 4 disciples of the Empire of Darkness. The one above the ocean was killed by an unknown person, so we can still justify it. But the 3 from the Wulong snowfield were killed by our faction's disciples. The 5th elder was worried. Hearing this, the entire place was silent. Finally, the faction master was silent for a moment, then sighed. If that day really comes, we can only give up on that disciple. 10 days later, they had already crossed the 100,000 mountains. The journey was millions of miles, more than 10 times larger than Shenyue Island. The vastness of the Jinlong continent was an eye-opener for Su Yu. He just did not know if the Lucian faction was the only faction in the Jinlong continent. Thinking back to the Empire of Darkness, Su Yu shook his head. There might be other factions besides the Lucian faction, but he did not know if the Lucian faction or the Empire of Darkness was stronger or weaker. Chirp! Following the cries of eagles, numerous eagles finally descended. They landed in a misty primordial forest. Ancient trees stood tall and majestic. The vicissitudes of time had changed the landscape of this place. No one could recognize the true state of this place 10,000 years ago. But there was one imprint that even time could not change. That was a palm print. If one were to look down from the 9th heaven, they would see a huge palm print that was hundreds of kilometers wide in the lush and dense primordial forest. Not even a blade of grass grew where the palm print was. Hence, it was easy to notice the unusually terrifying palm print. Su Yu's pupils shrank. The twilight mountains of Shenyue Island, the forbidden grounds of Fenghuang Valley, and the divine ice ancient kingdom in the ocean all had terrifying palm prints that could destroy them. But the palm print in front of him was even more terrifying. In terms of size, it was more than 10 times the size of the palm print he had seen before. Bolts of nameless energy had passed through the ages, remaining until now. The eagles trembled and let out mournful cries. They hovered high up in the sky, not daring to land. In the center of the palm print, there was a crack that was 100 miles long. It was a ghastly sight. It was as if the terrifying palm print had split the earth apart. This crack was an abyss, the abyss of Wudong. At the bottom of the abyss was a remnant of civilization. Perhaps the owner of the civilization had sensed the changes in the world and hid underground in advance. But unfortunately, they still could not escape the fate of extinction. We have arrived at the abyss of Wudong. Fly and land. The fourth elder let out a low grunt and took the lead to land. A group of people followed, closely behind. They pierced through the sky and landed in front of the crack. Looking from the sky, the abyss was only a crack the size of a hair. But standing in front of the crack, they realized that they could not see the other side of the abyss. It was at least 10 miles wide. Below the abyss, it was as dark as death. Some of the ferocious creatures in the darkness let out strange cries that made people panic. A strange aura of death assaulted them from below the abyss. Rest here for the night. Tomorrow morning, I will assign you to groups. The fourth elder waved his hand and immediately went to check on the rest of the disciples. Mo Wu stood with her arms crossed in front of the abyss. Under the abyss of Wudong, there are remnants of an ancient spell. Hence, the spiritual energy is dense. If you have the chance, you must fight to join the excavation team. These words were naturally meant for Suyu, who was behind her. Excavation team? Suyu was puzzled. Could it be that the 100 members of the Abyss of Wudong are divided into many groups? Mo Wu indifferently nodded her sharp, snow-white chin. There are a total of 3 groups. The transportation group stealthily transports the excavated treasures back to the faction. You have already seen that the Wulong snowfield was almost completely destroyed. The logistics group provides food, tools, and so on. In short, they're the odd jobs. Lastly, the excavation group enters the abyss and excavates the ruins. The excavation group not only gets close to the ancient spell to absorb spiritual energy, but also has the opportunity to excavate treasures and hand them over to the faction to receive rich rewards. If they find a remnant of a legacy-level cultivation technique, they can enter the depository of scriptures once for free and receive a rare top-grade marrow-cleansing elixir. If they find a complete legacy-level cultivation technique, they can enter the depository of scriptures 3 times for free and receive a divine elixir that only the elders can consume. As for an immortal-level cultivation technique, it has only been found once. That was with Hanji. As you can see, he became the disciple of the great elder and became the 10th elder of the faction. Hence, since you have taken the risk to come here and join the transportation and logistics groups, it would be a waste of time. It is only meaningful to join the excavation group. Tomorrow, you must fight for your groups. After her speech, Mo Wu walked to a tent. There was a large number of disciples stationed there. They were the members of the Abyss of Wudong. Excavation team? Suyu stared at the abyss with deep anticipation. Wasn't his goal to enter the Abyss of Wudong? He had to join the excavation team. Suyu took a light breath and headed to the tent. However, just as he arrived, he heard a fight. To be precise, it was a one-sided beating. Ah, puff! Chapter 160. Suyu's expression changed slightly. Without thinking, he grabbed the person who was flying backward to prevent him from falling into the abyss. After putting him down and taking a closer look, Suyu was slightly surprised. Senior brother Wu. This person was Wu Qingzhou. The team that was escorting the treasures from the Abyss of Wudong was completely wiped out. Only he managed to escape. It was also Wu Qingzhou who told Suyu that the Abyss of Wudong was recruiting members and showed him a way out of his predicament. Suyu was grateful. Before he could thank him, he had already rushed back to the Abyss of Wudong. He never thought that the next time they met, it would be when Wu Qingzhou was being beaten. Junior brother Su, go quickly. Don't get yourself into trouble. Wu Qingzhou gratefully turned back and was shocked to find it was Suyu. Suyu had actually successfully passed such a hopeless assessment and arrived at the Abyss of Wudong, but then his expression changed and he urged, "Whoosh, whoosh." At this moment, several figures flew out of the tent and hurried over. The leader was a rugged young man in red, with slanted eyes and slanted eyebrows. He looked fierce. His strength was not weak, reaching the level of a 5th-level upper-tier Holy King, similar to Yang Fan. Behind him, there were several 5th-level lower-tier Holy Kings. The 4 of them charged straight at Wu Qingzhou with a murderous aura. Who allowed you to pick him up? Put him down and get lost. The young man in red was quite fierce, his voice harsh. Su Yu let go of Wu Qingzhou's arm and calmly said, "This place is far from the faction, so the rules prohibiting private fighting are no longer in effect." "Why? You want to stand up for me?" The young man in red was surprised and looked Su Yu up and down. He found Su Yu unfamiliar, but his 4th-level upper-tier cultivation made the young man in red sneer. "With such strength, you have the nerve to stand up for injustice? Take care of yourself first. I'll count to 3, get lost immediately. 1. The young man in red coldly counted. Wu Qingzhou's expression changed slightly, struggling to block in front of Su Yu. While grateful, he quickly urged, "Junior brother Su, go quickly. This is the abyss of Wudong. The faction rules are lax. Don't provoke Lu Haosen because of me." "Lax rules? That's for the best." Su Yu pushed Wu Qingzhou aside and looked over. "I'll also count to 3 for you. Scram immediately. 1. Su Yu was very serious, and he said a number. This action made the fierce Lu Haosen slightly startled. In the abyss of Wudong, there were actually people with low cultivation who didn't know what was good for them. Suddenly, the 5th-level lower-tier Holy King beside Lu Haosen seemed to have realized something. He quietly whispered into Lu Haosen's ear, "Senior brother Lu, he looks unfamiliar. A new member that just joined today. I heard that practically all of them are disciples that the elders have secretly decided on." Lu Haosen's expression changed slightly. He was extremely fearful. Due to the death of 5 members, there was a rumor that the faction wanted to transfer 5 experts to replenish the members. There had long been a rumor in the abyss of Wudong. Moreover, they knew very early on that the members who came to the abyss of Wudong were the disciples of the elders who came to gain experience. Their strength was not only high, but they also had an illustrious status. How could they easily offend them? "So it's Junior brother Su. This is a misunderstanding. It's all my fault." Lu Haosen rolled his eyes and immediately admitted defeat. How could he dare to offend an elder's disciple? "Scram," Su Yu said calmly. He naturally understood Lu Haosen's fear. Lu Haosen had mistaken Su Yu for an elder's disciple. Su Yu despised such a person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. "Yes, yes." Lu Haosen's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he led the crowd away in a panic. Seeing this, Wu Qingzhou was not happy but worried. "Junior brother Su, you're in big trouble. Lu Haosen is ruthless and vengeful. He's not afraid of you at the moment, but he has misunderstood your identity. Once he finds out the truth, he'll definitely take revenge on you. It's me who got you into trouble." With a slight smile, Su Yu glanced at Lu Haosen and the others and shook his head slightly. "Let him be." After saying that, he asked for the reason. The reason was because of that escort mission. Among the team that was wiped out, one of them was a good friend of Lu Haosen. In the end, everyone died in battle, and only Wu Qingzhou escaped. Lu Haosen was furious and sought him out to vent his anger, which led to the scene. "Junior brother Su, you really came at the wrong time." After a moment of communication, Wu Qingzhou sighed softly. Su Yu raised his eyebrows. "Why is that?" Wu Qingzhou said, "Junior brother Su, you must have come here to join the excavation team, right? If you had come a month ago, Junior brother Su might have had a chance to get some credit, but now..." Sigh. It turned out that the excavation under the abyss of Wudong had entered the final stage. After decades of excavation, the 100-mile abyss of Wudong, no matter how many ruins there were, could not withstand years of excavation. At this time, All the ruins that could be excavated had been cleared. A month ago, the last ruins were cleared, and the sensational artifact, control technique, and fragments of an immortal level cultivation technique were found. Unfortunately, they were intercepted midway, and the two items fell into the hands of the Empire of Darkness. Now, there were no more ruins to excavate. It was impossible for Suyu to get credit. Then what's the point of us coming here for the faction assessment? Suyu was deeply disappointed. He had worked so hard to come here, only to receive such a situation? Wu Qingzhou sighed. Although the ruins have been excavated, there is still a forbidden ruin that has not been excavated. The faction dispatched powerful disciples here for that forbidden ruin. His eyebrows twitched. Suyu was puzzled. Forbidden ruin? What's the difference between it and ordinary ruins? As you can see, the ordinary ruins have been completely cleaned up. The reason why there is a special forbidden area is because the forbidden ruins are filled with danger. There are many ferocious, demonic beasts residing there, and there are also dangerous formations. Ordinary disciples who enter there will most likely die. Therefore, it has never been excavated. Suyu pondered. If that's the case, why don't the elders personally take action? Isn't it to deal with this kind of dangerous situation by sitting here? Haha, if it was possible, the elders of the past would have taken action long ago. The Forbidden Ruins have a special spell that can forcefully transport strong fighters who are stronger than the third heaven of the dragon realm away, making it impossible for them to enter. Hence, none of the elders entered. Among the elders of the Lucian faction, the one with the lowest cultivation base was the youngest 10th elder, Hanji, who was at Dragon Realm level 4. Even he couldn't enter it. Thus, a low-level Dragon Realm disciple like Mo came. Firstly, it was to train them. Secondly, it was to borrow their strength to open the forbidden ruin. I see. So, there must be many undiscovered legacies hidden in the forbidden ruin? Suyu's eyes flashed. Wu Qingzhou nodded. That's right. There was once a disciple who took the risk to enter and brought out an ancient martial practice stone. There were traces of wood and thunder-based cultivation techniques on it. According to the elders' speculation, legacy-level cultivation techniques could not have been able to preserve the traces for millions of years. It is highly likely to be an immortal-level cultivation technique. Thus, there could be an immortal-level cultivation technique in the Forbidden Ruin. An immortal-level cultivation technique? And it was thunder-based? Suyu's heart was thumping wildly, his pupils dilating. His heart was filled with an uncontrollable desire. Thunder-based. A rare thunder-based. His purple star thunderbolt had long been cultivated to its limit. There was no new legacy-level cultivation technique to cultivate. If he could obtain that thunder-based immortal-level cultivation technique, you could not imagine how powerful an immortal-level thunder-based technique would be. If nothing unexpected happens, since the fourth elder brought back the faction's high-level disciples, he would definitely let them enter the forbidden ruin to investigate. Wu Qingzhou was a little envious. Suyu's pupils were filled with excitement. If he could obtain an immortal-level thunder-based technique, Suyu's chances of entering the ancient Xianyun Temple would be greater. If there really was such a technique, he had to get it. The next morning, after a day of rest, Suyu was full of energy. In the middle of the tent, a light shout entered everyone's ears. Disciples of the abyss of Wutong, gather! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many figures flew out of the tent. Suyu blended into the crowd and arrived at the middle of the empty tent. Looking around, there were hundreds of disciples standing upright. Their abilities were uneven. The weakest were 4th level lower tier Holy Kings, while the strongest were 6th level peak Holy Kings. Among them, the 6th level Holy Kings were the core of the abyss of Wudong's excavation. They were responsible for safety and were indispensable. As for logistics and transportation, they were mainly handed over to the 4th level Holy Kings. The 4th elder scanned the crowd. When his gaze swept past Suyu, His eyes turned slightly cold. The basic excavation has been completed. Everyone's main task is to clean up the ruins and check for any loopholes, the fourth elder announced. The disciples of the Abyss of Wurong had no change in expression. A month ago, they had already known that the excavation had been completed. I need to form a new team to enter the remaining forbidden ruin. The list of members is as follows: Captain Mo Wu, Vice Captain Wei Kong, and Lan Ling. The ordinary members will be chosen from among you. Mo Wu was a strong martial artist of Dragon Realm Level 1 peak. Wei Kong was the fifth elder's disciple, a strong martial artist of Dragon Realm Level 1 lower tier. Lan Ling was the sixth elder's disciple, also a strong martial artist of Dragon Realm Level 1 lower tier. Mo Wu had the absolute ability to crush everyone. Hence, she was deserving of the title of captain. No one disagreed with her. Let's start selecting members. The fourth elder said, we need 10 6th level Holy Kings to assist the 3 captains in clearing the danger. 25th level Holy Kings will be responsible for the specific excavation work. Those who are willing to sign up can participate now. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Immediately, a large group of people joined. Among them, all 9 6th level Holy Kings from the Abyss of Wurong participated. Tang Yishuan, who came from the faction, joined as well. There were exactly 10 people. As for the 5th level Holy Kings, more than 40 people signed up. There were as many as 15 5th level Peak Holy Kings, more than 25th level Upper Tier Holy Kings, and the rest were 5th level Lower Tier Holy Kings. No, there was still a 4th level Upper Tier Holy King. There were too many people who were responsible for the specific excavation work. The fourth elder frowned. All 15 5th level Peak Holy Kings have passed. The remaining 5 spots will be filled according to the order of registration. Swoosh, without any hesitation, Suyu moved extremely quickly. He immediately flew in front of the fourth elder and signed his name. Ah, so fast! Everyone immediately rushed forward to snatch the spots. Soon, the last 4 spots were snatched. The fourth elder glanced at Suyu indifferently and frowned slightly. He ran fast. However, it was inconvenient for him to expel Suyu in front of everyone. He could only acquiesce. The team is complete. Prepare to depart. However, at this moment, a red-clothed figure scuttled out from the crowd. He looked at Suyu angrily. Elder, I can't accept this. How can a 4th level kid occupy the spot that belongs to us 5th level Holy Kings? After a night of asking around, Lu Haosen found out that Suyu was not an elder's disciple. He was just an ordinary disciple. Thinking back to how he had admitted defeat in front of everyone, he felt humiliated. An obscure smile flashed past the fourth elder's lips. He slowly nodded. If your abilities can beat him, then you can replace him. Lu Haosen was slightly stunned. His cold eyes shot toward Suyu like lightning. You took my spot. Get lost yourself. Or do I have to invite you? Suyu was a little helpless. He took a step forward and calmly said, You want to challenge me? Challenge? Do you think you are qualified to challenge me? Lu Haosen grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Chapter 161. Lu Haosen was taken aback for a moment before he grinned and said, A quick battle? Indeed, to defeat trash like you, it's better to end the battle quickly. Whoosh! Lu Haosen made a bold move. Beneath the red robes, his muscles squirmed. Amidst the abundant spiritual energy, they gradually expanded. His not-so-sturdy body was like a human-shaped iron frame. His entire body was filled with lumpy muscles. Crackling sounds came from his body like beans being fried. It was a shocking change to his bones. His height had increased by half a head. Senior brother Lu's 9 turns Golden Body Sutra has been cultivated to the first level of the full closure. Not only his muscles, but also his bones have begun to change, and he has reached the 3rd turn. A junior brother looked envious. Haha, junior brother Lu is rough, but meticulous. Although he looks arrogant on the outside, he is cautious and cautious on the inside. Even a lion would use its full strength to capture a rabbit. Junior brother Lu understands this very well. All of you should learn from him. A 5th level peak, Holy King stood with his arms crossed. His eyes were filled with admiration as he advised the surrounding disciples. Everyone agreed in unison. There were a lot of dangers in the abyss of Wudong. Lu Haosen understood this point very well. Thus, out of habit, even if he looked down on Suyu, he would never be careless. In the blink of an eye, Lu Haosen had transformed into a 2-meter-tall bronze giant. Terrifying blood energy filled his entire body and formed a thick blood membrane on the surface of his body. Not only could the blood membrane be converted into offensive power, but it could also weaken the enemy's attacks. It was a combination of offense and defense. Who would have thought that Lu Haosen was actually a physique tempering expert? Although I don't know how you managed to sneak into the abyss of Wudong. It's a pity that you met me the moment you arrived. Lu Haosen took a step forward and the ground shook slightly. Several fine cracks appeared on the rock beneath his feet. Now, let me beat you back to your original form. Lu Haosen growled as he bent his legs slightly, ready to launch himself. Bang! With a loud bang, the rock under his feet turned into a red blurry shadow and charged toward Suyu. The seemingly long distance was actually shortened in a short moment. Lu Haosen's huge right fist condensed a ball of red flesh aura and punched out. Suyu felt as if a huge rock had suddenly fallen from the top of his head during the mortal era. His body was under pressure and his breathing was labored. His heart was constricted. What a strong physical body. However, it was a pity that his opponent was Suyu. Chila! The bluish-green flames shot up to a height of 60 feet. The terrifying coldness immediately caused the entire area to be filled with cold mist. Su Yu's gaze was calm as he looked at his opponent's frightening fist. His right fist was rapidly absorbing a large amount of the blue-green ice flame. Hoochie! The bluish-green ice flame expanded rapidly, gathering on Su Yu's right fist, forming the shadow of a fist the size of a water vat. Right at this moment, the opponent's giant ram came crashing down. Su Yu tilted his body slightly and retracted his right fist. Like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, he suddenly punched out with extreme speed. Boom! The two fists collided, causing a violent explosion. The extreme coldness and the power of blood and qi collided, sending shockwaves everywhere. Rub, rub, rub. What followed was Lu Haosen's retreating figure. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His entire right arm was burning with bluish-green ice flames and turned into icicles. A pained expression appeared on his face. His confidence and calmness instantly vanished. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. His all-out attack was actually far inferior to his opponent's. He understood very well that Suyu had held back. Otherwise, the punch just now would not have only shaken his internal organs. The disciples of the abyss of Wudong gasped. Lu Haosen was defeated. I think we should be even more surprised. When did such a freak appear in the sect? Another senior disciple sucked in a breath of cold air. A 4th level upper tier Holy King defeated a 5th level upper tier Holy King. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard to believe. The 4th elder slightly frowned. In just a few days, Suyu had become even stronger. Without the help of a divine artifact, he could easily gain the upper hand. In the last battle with Yang Fan, even with the help of a divine artifact, he barely won. Suyu retracted his fist, and the 60 feet tall ice flame slowly returned to his body. He glanced at Lu Haosen indifferently and silently walked to the departing team. With an indifferent glance, Lu Haosen felt deeply humiliated and even more humiliated. This battle was indeed a quick battle, but it was Suyu who easily won. Time is of the essence, let's go. The 4th elder indifferently ordered. Mo Wu took the lead and flew towards the abyss of Wudong. Use your spirit energy to circulate your eyes and maintain your vision. During the descent, Mo Wu immediately noticed the darkness of the abyss. It was so dark that she could not even see her own fingers. It was no wonder that the assessment had such a strong requirement for eyesight. Everyone circulated their spirit energy to adjust their vision and adapt to the darkness. Only Su Yu's eyes flickered with a crystalline light. In his eyes, all the darkness was as bright as day. Moreover, Su Yu could even see through the dark abyss and see the deep bottom. This abyss was extremely deep. It was more than 30 miles deep. If Su Yu's vision could not reach 50 miles away, it would have been difficult to explore the deep bottom. Everyone, pay attention to the formation. Mo Wu stared at the bottomless abyss and coldly ordered, "The 3 captains will form a triangular formation and lead the way. The 10 6th-level Holy Kings will form an encirclement and protect the 25th-level Holy Kings. We will slowly advance in a triangular formation." Hearing this, the formation immediately changed. Su Yu and the rest of the 5th-level Holy Kings were quickly surrounded by 10 6th-level Holy Kings in the center. Once danger strikes, they can protect you at any time. Due to the angle, Tang Yishuan coincidentally appeared in Su Yu's direction. Seeing that it was Su Yu, Tang Yishuan curled his lips slightly and said in a harsh and mocking manner, "Aren't you quite powerful? Do you think it's my turn to protect you?" Su Yu's expression was calm. "If you have the time to mock others, you should pay attention to your surroundings. Be careful not to fail miserably." "Haha, you're still as arrogant as ever." "I, Tang Yishuan, don't need you to remind me." However, just as Tang Yishuan finished a sentence, Mo Wu, who was leading the team, shouted, "Tang Yishuan, be careful." Gigi. Subtle and hurried noises came from the cliff walls. The location of the noises came from the center of the troop, which happened to be the direction that Tang Yishuan was responsible for. Tang Yishuan's complexion changed, and he hurriedly looked over. It was a group of extremely powerful bats. The weakest among them was a 4th-level Peak Holy King, while the strongest was a 5th-level upper tier Holy King. There were more than 100 of them. Tang Yishuan hastily responded to the sudden attack. The might of a 6th-level Holy King erupted like never before. Boom! Creak! As expected of a 6th-level Holy King, Tang Yishuan's abilities were unfathomable. Every time he attacked, he would kill a group of bats. When the group of bats attacked, they had already been killed by him. There were only 2 or 3 bats left, and they could not defend in time. 2 of them bypassed him and charged into the group of 5th-level Holy Kings, and were killed on the spot. The last 5th-level upper tier, Holy King, took the opportunity to bite Tang Yishuan. Ah! With a pathetic groan, Tang Yishuan's shoulder, which was bitten, felt a sharp pain that pierced his soul. In his rage, Tang Yishuan killed the last bat. However, the pain that penetrated deep into his soul dissipated very slowly, causing his face to scrunch up in pain. This is a demonic blood bat. You should be thankful that it is not poisonous and can only cause you pain. Mo Wu coldly hummed with a hint of anger. Mo Wu's phoenix eyes turned cold. "Pay attention to your surroundings. If there is a next time, I will kill you without mercy." Obviously, Tang Yishuan's carelessness had almost caused the troop to suffer losses. Tang Yishuan was in pain, and his heart trembled. He did not think that Mo Wu was joking. Tang Yishuan calmed himself down and carefully observed his surroundings. However, when his gaze swept past Su Yu and Mo Wu, a hidden hatred flashed past his eyes. With Tang Yishuan's experience, many of the 6th-level Holy Kings who were careless also tensed up. They looked at each other and felt a little strange. After thinking for a moment, they sent a message to Mo Wu. "Senior Mo, there is something that I feel I need to tell you." Mo Wu raised her eyebrows. "Yes, speak." "The demonic blood bat usually only lives at the bottom of the abyss and rarely comes out. We have not even descended a tenth of the way down, and we have already encountered the demonic bloodbat. This has never happened before, unless it is a very special situation. They had been stationed here all year round and knew about the demonic bloodbat. Now that the demonic bloodbat had appeared here, it attracted their attention. Mo Wu's beautiful eyes flashed with vigilance. Even if it was a coincidence, they had to guard against it. What kind of special situation? Mo Wu asked. The demonic bloodbat leaving the bottom of the abyss has only happened once. 1 month ago, there was an earthquake at the bottom of the abyss. Many demonic bloodbats were frightened and escaped from the abyss. 1 month ago, there was an earthquake here. They had never heard of it. Could it be that the fourth elder had not reported it to the faction? However, an earthquake did not seem to have any significance in reporting it. Keeping the suspicions in mind, Mo Wu said seriously, "Strengthen the defenses." Whoosh! The group of people passed through the darkness and encountered a few waves of demonic bloodbats along the way. The strange incident made Mo Wu and the rest even more cautious. Finally, they had successfully descended to the bottom of the abyss. Stepping into the ruins, the group became even more cautious. Maintain the formation. Be on high alert. Dark, demonic beasts other than the demonic bloodbats will appear at the bottom of the cliff. They are very powerful. We must not be careless. Mo Wu gave a light shout and immediately led the group toward the forbidden ruins. Su Yu's bright eyes pierced through the darkness and scanned the bottom. Unfortunately, the bottom of the abyss was twisted and full of ruins. Su Yu's vision was obstructed. He could only observe the situation within 10 miles. All of a sudden, Su Yu was shocked to discover that a black figure had flashed past the ground 10 miles away from him. The figure was extremely fast, surpassing the speed of a holy king. A terrifying aura that made one's hair stand on end surrounded the figure. Su Yu's gaze quickly chased after the figure. The figure was sneakily searching above the ruins. After a moment, it seemed to have found something and entered the ruins. Thump! Thump! Su Yu's heart jumped. Was that a human or a demonic beast? It was rumored that there were demonic beasts that looked like humans. Could it be a demonic beast unique to the abyss of Wudong? However, what made Su Yu gasp even more was the figure seemed to have noticed Su Yu's gaze. From within the ruins, a head popped out. A pair of eyes strangely emitted 2 scarlet rays of light. It stared coldly at Su Yu from 10 miles away. Chapter 162. Whoosh! But a moment later, the red-eyed, ghostly figure disappeared like a ghost. Su Yu was bewildered. What exactly was that ghostly figure? Why are you in a daze? If you want to die, don't drag others down with you. Tang Yishuan's nostrils flared as he urged Su Yu to stop. Retracting his gaze, Su Yu calmly glanced at him. Take care of yourself. Humph! Relying on the protection of a woman. How dare you be so insolent in front of me? Tang Yishuan's eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. Su Yu's gaze was calm, as if he did not hear anything. His pair of crystalline eyes were always vigilantly looking ahead, especially at the place where the ghostly figure appeared. An hour later, in the darkness, the crowd carefully advanced 10 miles and arrived at the ruins. Su Yu swept his gaze, but realized that the red-eyed, ghostly figure had already disappeared. This is the last ruins that were developed. 2 treasures appeared here. Mo Wu stopped for a moment and softly muttered, "This is the place?" Su Yu secretly looked around. The ruins had all been cleared. The ancient collapsed buildings that were buried in the dust had also been completely excavated. But what Su Yu did not understand was why the red-eyed, ghostly figure was sneaking around here. Could it be that there was something unknown in the ruins? The forbidden ruins are 30 miles away. Everyone be careful. There are many powerful, demonic beasts gathered around the forbidden grounds. It is impossible to guard against them. Make sure there are no casualties. Mo Wu's reminder caused everyone to feel nervous. But at this moment, a calm voice came from among the 5th-level Holy Kings. No need. There are no demonic beasts within 10 miles. You can speed up and move forward. Emma Wu's gaze turned cold. She turned around and looked. It was Suyu. Hearing this, several 6th-level Holy Kings from the abyss of Wudong secretly frowned. Junior Su, right? Although I do not know why you are so sure. According to our past experience, 30 miles from here to the Forbidden Ruins is the main habitat of the demonic beasts. 10 miles ahead, there is a group of dangerous bone wolf rats that live here all year round. It is impossible that there are no demonic beasts. An older 6th-level Holy King spoke politely, but Tang Yishuan, who was at the side, did not have such a good attitude. He looked into the distance with a look of disdain. Why? Could it be that your eyesight is better than ours? Su, you didn't pay any attention to them, and calmly said, This is just the result of my observation. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Mo Wu looked at Suyu deeply. If she did not remember wrongly, Suyu had seen the darkness as nothing during the vision assessment. Could it be that, apart from that, he also had the ability to see extremely far? However, the safety of the team was of utmost importance. Mo Wu could not easily trust him. Stay alert. Seeing that Mo Wu did not have the intention to reprimand Suyu, Tang Yishuan felt indignant. Humph, you really enjoy being protected by a woman. Suyu creased his brows. He had no intention of fighting with Tang Yishuan over anything. However, Tang Yishuan kept targeting him. Even he couldn't help but feel a trace of anger. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. What a foul mouth. Sooner or later, I will teach you a lesson. Tang Yishuan looked at Mo Wu with fear and snorted coldly. The team advanced cautiously. After an hour, they had only slowly advanced 10 miles. Along the way, everyone was bewildered. They really didn't suffer any attacks. The 6th-level Holy Kings, who were familiar with the area, had grave expressions. They exchanged glances with each other and secretly glanced at Suyu from time to time. Their faces were filled with disbelief. That's strange. It's fine if we didn't encounter any other demonic beasts. However, why didn't we see any bone wolf rats that live here all year round? There is indeed something strange. I came down here 3 days ago, and there were many bone wolf rats. Why did they disappear into thin air today? What's even weirder is that Su, you can really see through a 10-mile radius in the dark. This information was fed back to Mo Wu. After pondering for a moment, Mo Wu turned to look at Suyu. Suyu, how is the landscape 10 miles in front? Are there any demonic beasts? Suyu looked up and shook his head. Within 10 miles there is a swamp. Within the swamp there is a remnant tower known as the Demon Subduing Tower. As for demonic beasts, there isn't a single one here. Several 6th-level Holy Kings were bewildered. 10 miles in front there is indeed a swamp. Moreover, there is a broken demon subduing tower. Can Suyu really see 10 miles in front? And Mo Wu thought for a moment. Speed up. However, be wary of the surroundings. The crowd believed in Suyu's eyesight, but they could not completely trust him. After a cup of tea's time, the crowd's gazes toward Suyu changed. There are usually at least 10 types of demonic beasts gathered in the swamp. Now all of them have disappeared. What's even stranger is that Suyu actually detected them. Mo Wu's eyes were bright, and she was a little happy. What about the last 10 miles? The last 10 miles. Suyu looked up, and his expression gradually turned serious. 3 miles away, there is a group of demonic beasts with abilities around 5th level Holy King attacking. 3 miles? Thump! Thump! The crowd could not see the situation 3 miles away clearly. However, they could hear rumbling sounds. It was as if a group of large living creatures were charging toward them. The sound had initially been as soft as a mosquito. Now it sounded like an army of thousands of men and horses. Even the ground began to tremble. Not good. It's the iron horse beasts near the forbidden grounds. There are many of them, and they are strong. Everyone maintain the formation. The expressions of the 6th level holy kings who were familiar with the area changed. Rumble, rumble. In the blink of an eye, a group of large iron horse beasts attacked. All of them were giant black horses that were 4 meters tall. They had sharp teeth and cruel eyes. They attacked like a flood. 6th level holy kings attack. Mo Wu lightly shouted. Rumble, bang, crash. In an instant, the crowd and the group of beasts collided. Neighs and the sound of hooves could be heard. It was chaos. After a moment, the flood of iron horse beasts dissipated behind them, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. Although the 6th level holy kings were in good condition, they were somewhat exhausted. It's actually the iron horse beasts. They never leave the 5 miles radius of the forbidden grounds. Why are they all escaping now? The strangest thing is that they are not attacking us. Instead, they are leaving the forbidden ruins. Along the way, there were many strange occurrences. The crowd finally confirmed that there was a problem with the forbidden grounds. Hence, the blood demon bats uncharacteristically escaped from the abyss. The bone wolf rats that resided in the abyss all escaped. Even the powerful iron horse beasts escaped in a panic. Mo Wu's expression was grave. Suyu, pay attention to the situation in front at all times. Once there is a situation, report to me immediately. No one doubted Su Yu's judgment anymore. Even a few 6th level holy kings looked at Su Yu with friendly gazes. In such an environment, Su Yu's eyes were extremely useful. Next. For miles ahead, there are 3 6th level lower tier, holy king, demonic beasts. We can go around them by going to the right. For miles ahead, there is a 6th level upper tier, holy king, demonic beast. It has already sensed us and is going around us. Su Yu looked up and briefly described the situation within the 10 miles. The crowd hurried along according to Su Yu's description. As expected, the journey was smooth. They finally arrived at their destination, the Forbidden Ruins. Unbelievable. The last 10 miles is known as the Path of Death. In the past, when we explored the Forbidden Ruins, there were bound to be brothers who died within these 10 miles. Today, we actually reached this place easily without encountering any demonic beasts along the way. A few 6th level holy kings were in disbelief. Thank you, Junior Suyu. If not for you, we would have inevitably suffered casualties. The few 6th level holy kings residing in this place are quite troublesome. There are many brothers who have died in their hands. Suyu smiled and shook his head. It was just a small effort. Why do you need to thank me? Tang Yishuan's expression was cold. Humph. The demonic beasts here have long retreated. Trying to play tricks to gain everyone's gratitude? Little tricks that can't be shown in public. The more Tang Yishuan looked at Suyu, the more he disliked him. Is that so? Suyu calmly looked back. 2 miles behind us, the 6th level upper tier, Holy King demonic beast, is still there. If you have the guts, you can go and take a look. With Tang Yishuan's abilities as a 6th level lower tier Holy King, if he were to be discovered by the upper tier demonic beast, the probability of him coming back alive was extremely low. The corners of Tang Yishuan's mouth twitched. His eyes gradually narrowed as he stared at the darkness in the distance. His intuition told him that within the darkness, there was a terrifying existence. Who do you think you are? If you want me to go, I'll go. Tang Yishuan retracted his gaze and stared at Suyu. At this moment, Mo Wu lightly grunted. Tang Yishuan, if you want to die, I can grant your wish. If not, shut your mouth. Hearing the reprimand, Tang Yishuan's neck shrank and he hurriedly retracted his glare at Suyu. However, when he lowered his head, a deeper hatred flashed past his eyes. Trash who relies on women. You better pray that you do not meet me alone. Tang Yishuan coldly transmitted his voice to Suyu, not bothering to hide his threat. Suyu's gaze was calm. Only a cold glint flickered in the depths of his eyes. Very quickly, everyone arrived in front of the Forbidden Ruins. The so-called Forbidden Ruins was, in fact, a cave carved at the end of the abyss. The cave ran through the stone walls, winding and unfathomably deep. At the entrance of the cave, there was an ancient and dilapidated spell. Even after 10,000 years, it was still operating. A layer of pale yellow light screen was placed in front of the cave, sealing it completely. Everyone entered together. Do not get separated. Mo Wu took the lead and passed through the yellow light screen. Su Yu also stepped into the cave. When he passed through the light screen, he felt an obscure energy penetrating his body. This was the Forbidden Ruins, an ancient spell that could block people of Dragon Realm Level 3 and above from entering. Only disciples like them could pass through it easily. If it was an elder, he or she would be blocked outside. Russell, the group of people entered. This was the first time the Lucian faction was exploring the abyss of Wudong. It was completely unknown what dangers there were. Look, there is light inside, a person reminded nervously. Following his gaze, there was a faint brilliance flickering in the depths of the cave. Be careful. Do not be careless. Not only was Mo Wu not happy, she became even more vigilant as she walked forward step by step. The cave was filled with twists and turns. The group turned 3 times before they could finally see the brilliance clearly. It was a spell that was emitting a weak fluorescent light. After so many years, it was still operating. However, Mo Wu only took one look before her expression changed. Not good. Retreat quickly. It is a transportation spell. Once you are within the range of the light, the transportation will be activated. This spell led to an unpredictable and dangerous place. If they were transported and separated, the consequences were unimaginable. However, Mo Wu's warning was obviously too late. Whoosh! Su Yu felt a space energy wrap around him tightly. After that, he was sucked into the spell. A dizzying feeling assaulted him. When Su Yu fixed his gaze, he was in an unfamiliar place. Moreover, this place was extremely strange. The bottom of the abyss was pitch black. However, this place was bright and resplendent. Looking around, it was a vast and boundless space. The top of his head was embedded with a few bright pearls, emitting an extremely bright light. In the distance, there were several green mountains. Moreover, what made Su Yu's heart palpitate was that under the green mountains, there was an extremely well-preserved ancient palace. The palace was filled with dust, permeating with the vicissitudes of time. Shreds of shocking spiritual energy spread out from within the mysterious palace. Su Yu's heart moved. He was about to fly into the palace. However, a snort could be heard from behind him. Looking back, Su Yu's expression suddenly turned grave. The void shook and a figure appeared. It was Tang Yishuan. When the spell was activated, Su Yu and Tang Yishuan were not far apart. Hence, they were transported to the same place. Tang Yishuan was at a loss at first. After that, he noticed Su Yu's presence and was slightly shocked. However, when he looked around and saw that there was only him and Su Yu in the big space, his expression gradually turned gloomy. Finally, his eyes did not conceal his murderous intent. Su Yu, you should really sigh that your life is not good enough. You actually met me alone. Tang Yishuan smiled coldly. Chapter 163. Can you tell me why you are always targeting me? Su Yu's heart sank. He found it hard to understand why Tang Yishuan kept targeting him even though he had no grudges with him. At this moment, his killing intent was inexplicably revealed. The conflict between them shouldn't have resulted in killing intent, right? You want to know? Ask yourself if you have killed someone you should not have killed. Tang Yishuan's expression was unusually cold. His 5 fingers turned into a claw and headed toward Su Yu's head with the speed of a goshawk. Someone who shouldn't be killed? Could it be that between Lu Guang and Li Hao one of them was his friend? Did he find out about their strange deaths? Su Yu's heart turned grave as the wind from the claw approached. His deep purple right eye turned into a resplendent purple gem, releasing a purple glow that filled the sky. Seal of time. Tang Yishuan's body froze. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu opened the icy divine wings on his back and activated the flying swan wings to its maximum. Suyu glided a few hundred meters in an instant, leaving a glowing shadow in the air. At this moment, Tang Yishuan had just woken up. His soul was clear, but his mind was filled with shock. How is this possible? What kind of secret technique is that? What answered him was Suyu's back as he flew into the sky. Humph! Tang Yishuan's eyes were ice cold. All the spiritual energy of a 6th-level holy king gushed out from his back and condensed into a pair of giant wings. As he flapped his wings, a strong airflow swept out. Tang Yishuan left behind a blurred afterimage and disappeared from the sky. When he reappeared, he was already half the distance between them. Today no one can save you. Su Yu's heart was solemn as he stepped into the ancient palace at the foot of the Green Mountain. Just as he was about to barge in, the sound of howling wind could be heard from behind him. It was Tang Yishuan chasing after him. The terrifying aura made it hard for Su Yu to breathe. The mountain-like pressure made Su Yu even more alarmed. The pressure of death descended upon him in an instant. Not good. Su Yu was shocked, and he quickly entered the ancient palace. Creak! The palace was too ancient, decaying and on the verge of collapse. The strong wind brought by the two of them caused the palace to emit a creaking sound. Su Yu was on the verge of collapsing. Hoochie! Tang Yishuan sneered and barged in. Idiot! You still have a chance to escape outside, but here you're just courting death. However, Tang Yishuan's voice stopped abruptly. Cold sneers, face stiffened. Teleportation formation. At the center of the ancient palace, there was a slightly rotating formation. It was currently emitting mysterious symbols and a faint fluorescent light that gradually grew stronger. It was a teleportation array. Moreover, when the two of them barged in, they triggered the formation, causing the teleportation to begin. Shwa! Suyu stepped into the transportation portal with a calm look on his face. As soon as he arrived here, he had already used his super-long eyesight to observe the teleportation formation in the palace. Therefore, he was able to remain calm when facing Tang Yishuan. You, what a cunning brat! Since the teleportation was imminent, Tang Yishuan was not confident that he could kill him. It was even to the extent that he didn't have the time to attack and hastily leaped into the teleportation formation. Otherwise, if Suyu teleported over first and destroyed the transportation portal on the other side, he would be trapped in this space forever. Whoosh! The glow of the formation grew brighter and brighter, illuminating the dark, ancient palace. At this moment, Tang Yishuan suddenly caught a glimpse of something. He turned his head to look, and his pupils shrank. Su Yu sensed that he was behaving strangely. When he turned his head to take a look, his expression changed abruptly. In the corner of the palace, there was a broken throne. The throne was emitting a shocking spiritual pressure. Although it was about to decay, it still emitted a shocking energy. It was as if an ordinary person were to sit on it, there would be nothing left of him. However, at this moment, there was a skeleton on the throne. Even after countless years, the skeleton was still like a white crystal, untainted by a speck of dust. On top of the skeleton, there was a destructive energy flowing. Su Yu merely took a look at it, and his eyes felt a piercing pain. Even Tang Yishuan averted his gaze in fear. His face was contorted in pain. What kind of divine being was this skeleton when it was alive? Just looking at its skeleton caused the two of them to feel pain in their eyes. Even powerful martial artists like the Lucien faction master and the Great Elder were not as frightening. In their bewilderment, the two of them saw that the skeleton was actually holding a palm-sized jade box in its hands. The jade box was emerald green in color. However, as if it was a skeleton, there were no traces of time. However, What was different from the skeleton was that the jade box did not have the slightest bit of movement. It was as if it was a normal piece of jade. However, how could a normal piece of jade withstand the passage of time? How could it be left in the hands of the owner of this horrifying skeleton before he passed away? It was definitely a peerless treasure, a mysterious space, a lonely ancient palace, a skeleton that could not be destroyed after tens of thousands of years, and a peerless treasure that had been left behind until now. In an instant, Tang Yishuan and Su Yu's hearts were thumping wildly. Whoosh! Without thinking, Tang Yishuan broke away from the spell and snatched the shocking jade box. Even though his eyes were in pain and his face was contorted, he could not hide the intense glow in his eyes. His crazy greed caused Tang Yishuan to lose his rationality. Whoosh! However, just as Tang Yishuan was in front of the skeleton, the jade box was surrounded by a layer of space energy. Immediately after, it disappeared into thin air. Tang Yishuan grabbed empty air. When he looked back, Su Yu's right eye flashed with a wine-red color. As for the shocking jade box, it appeared in Su Yu's palm. Little bastard, put it down! Tang Yishuan was furious. With a roar, he flew towards Su Yu. Su Yu's eyes flashed. He did not have time to take a closer look and stuffed the jade box into his robes. Immediately after, the spell activated and the transportation finally began. Creak! When Tang Yishuan attacked, the space energy of the spell enveloped him and they were transported out of the place together. After they left, the sparkling skeleton that had existed for tens of thousands of years seemed to have lost its support. It gradually dimmed and finally turned into ashes. Whoosh! Su Yu felt the world spin. When he regained his footing, he unfolded his icy divine wings and flew away without hesitation. Rumble! After Tang Yishuan sensed Su Yu's aura, he attacked furiously without observing his surroundings. That shocking jade box must be hiding an earth-shattering secret. However, at that moment, humph! Both of you are so lively. Mo Wu's cold voice pierced through the ears of the two of them. Tang Yishuan's body trembled. He was terrified and withdrew his palm. When he looked over, his expression changed slightly. In front of them, the disciples of the abyss of Wudong who had been separated from them had all gathered there. Every one of them was staring at the two of them with an extremely astonished gaze. Junior Tang, what happened to both of you? Why did you only teleport now? A 6th-level holy king was deeply astonished. Within the cave, all of them had been teleported here after the collective teleportation. However, when they counted the number of people, they strangely discovered that Su Yu and Tang Yishuan were missing. After waiting for a few minutes, the two of them finally arrived. They were clearly teleported together. Why were the two of them delayed for so long? Tang Yishuan's heart trembled. Could it be that only he and Su Yu were accidentally teleported into that mysterious space? As he was about to tell the truth, he changed his mind. If that was the case, the terrifying jade box in Su Yu's hands would definitely be known by others. At that time, it would belong to the faction. I also do not know. I only felt that the teleportation took a long time. Tang Yishuan shook his head and frowned. Mo Wu indifferently glanced at Tang Yishuan and Su Yu. What about you, Su Yu? Are you the same? What is going on with the two of you chasing and escaping? Su Yu wanted to say that Tang Yishuan wanted to kill him. However, he gave up in the end. Firstly, there was no evidence, and he did not have any injuries on his body. Hence, no one would believe his words. Secondly, if he were to fall out with Tang Yishuan and force him into a corner, Tang Yishuan might expose the matter of the jade box. Hence, after thinking for some time, Su Yu was at a loss. I only felt that there was danger and started to escape. I have no idea what happened. Tang Yishuan's eyes flashed. He was also bewildered. I also felt that there was danger. Hence, I acted rashly. Could it be that I was hallucinating during the teleportation? Mo Wu's beautiful eyes coldly glanced at the two of them. It was obvious that they were hiding something. However, at that very moment, she could not pursue the matter. It's good that you are back. Rest here for a while and prepare to depart. Suyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. His cold gaze quietly slid past Tang Yishuan. Suyu wanted to monopolize the ancient jade box. Hence, it was not convenient to expose the fact that Tang Yishuan wanted to kill him. Tang Yishuan wanted to secretly snatch the ancient jade box. Hence, it was not convenient to expose the ancient jade box. Both of them had ulterior motives. Hence, they hid the ancient jade box at the same time. Withdrawing his gaze, Suyu secretly looked forward to it. He did not know what was hidden within the ancient jade box. However, there were too many people, and it was not convenient to look at it. After resting for a while, Suyu finally had the time to observe the place. His expression changed slightly. There were a total of 99 bronze doors. Every bronze door represented a passageway. Mo Wu's expression turned serious. We have already tried it. Every passageway can only allow one person to enter. In other words, the 33 of us have to move separately. Her words caused the atmosphere of the place to become slightly heavy. Within the forbidden ruins, there were unknown dangers. It was extremely dangerous to move alone. However, the passageway is not deep. Moreover, after passing through the passageway, everyone should be able to gather quickly. As long as we are careful, there might not be any danger, Mo Wu pondered. Now, we will enter the passageway one by one. I will lead the way. The 2 vice captains will be at the back. After her speech, Mo Wu randomly chose a passageway and entered it. After that, everyone entered the passageway in succession. Suyu's eyes flashed. He chose the one in the middle and entered it. As Mo Wu had predicted, the passageway was not far. After passing through the passageway, Suyu's expression changed slightly. In front of him was a valley filled with birds and flowers. Oh my God! There are so many universe minerals and earthly treasures. At that moment, a person beside Suyu exclaimed. Looking to the side, there were 9 passageways leading into the valley. Among them, the weakest was a 5th level upper tier Holy King, while the strongest was a 5th level peak Holy King. They had been outside for many years and knew a lot about universe minerals and earthly treasures. Was this a fairyland? Universe minerals and earthly treasures that were rarely seen in the outside world were everywhere. Medicinal ingredients for making low-grade marrow-cleansing elixirs were everywhere. There were also many medicinal ingredients for making medium-grade marrow-cleansing elixirs. Look! There are even top-grade medicinal ingredients for making top-grade marrow-cleansing elixirs. One of them pointed to the middle of the valley in ecstasy. There were a few beautiful blue flowers the size of a palm. They were the main ingredients for making top-grade marrow-cleansing elixirs. In the outside world, they were almost extinct. The faction could only gather less than 100 of them in a year. But there were 20 flowers in the middle of the valley. Look, there is a crystal-colored one. Someone with sharp eyes suddenly realized that among the 20 blue medicinal ingredients, there was a crystal-like flower swaying in the wind among the other blue flowers. It emitted a rich fragrance. From such a distance, one could feel his cultivation level wavering just by taking a deep breath. It is a crystal spiritual flower. It can cleanse the soul. It is a divine medicine for people with soul innate talent. It is comparable to a legendary top-grade marrow-cleansing elixir. Crazy joy resounded in everyone's ears. Chapter 164. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something piercing through the air could be heard, including Suyu. Several figures flew toward the crystal spiritual flower at the same time. The value of this item was comparable to a top-grade marrow-cleansing elixir. To Suyu, it was a divine item that could cleanse his soul. Among the competitors, Suyu's speed was comparable to a 5th level peak Holy King. He took the lead. In the blink of an eye, he was within 100 feet of the crystal flower. Scram! The fifth-level peak, Holy King's eyes were filled with greed. Seeing Suyu compete, he let out a cold grunt. Without another word, he struck toward Suyu. A ball of light yellow spirit energy condensed into an eyeball-sized ball and struck Suyu's chest. Just as it was about to reach Suyu, the ball suddenly exploded. When it exploded, it created a violent wave of energy that struck Suyu. Caught off guard, Suyu was pushed back several feet by the wave of energy, falling behind the fifth-level peak Holy King. Ha ha ha! I, Jiangrong, will accept this great merit. Jiangrong was elated. If he could give the crystal spiritual flower to the faction, he could at least exchange it for a top-grade marrow cleansing elixir. At that time, breaking through to sixth-level Holy King would not be far. Creak, however, just as Jiangrong was about to grab the crystal spiritual flower, a crystal-clear silk thread pierced through the air and entangled the crystal spiritual flower. Immediately after, it quickly pulled the crystal spiritual flower away. Jiangrong was slightly stunned. He wanted to grab the silk thread, but a few bolts of extremely cold energy attacked his back. Jiangrong's expression changed. He changed from offense to defense, his fingers forming a claw as he grabbed at the incoming cold energy. Creak! The cold energy entered his body, causing Jiangrong's palm to feel a stinging pain. He hurriedly revolved his spirit energy to expel the cold energy from his body. Looking at it, it was actually an arrow weaved from thin ice threads. Creak! The arrow was dispersed by a palm strike, safely turning into a thin thread and returning to Suyu's chest. Jiangrong was bewildered. What is that? Immediately after, Jiangrong's expression turned gloomy as he stared at the crystal spiritual flower in Suyu's palm. Snatching my item? Who gave you the guts? Jiangrong's eyes flashed. He took a few steps forward, once again condensing a light yellow ball in his palm and attacking Suyu. An item comparable to a top-grade marrow-cleansing elixir was worth fighting over. Whoosh! At this moment, the rest of the fifth-level Holy Kings caught up. One of the fifth-level peak Holy Kings shouted, "Junior Jiang, stop!" Hearing this, Jiangrong's eyes were filled with a hint of fear as he snapped, "Lin Ming, are you trying to help an outsider?" Lin Ming was 28 or 29 years old. He was dressed in a scholarly robe, and he had a scholarly air about him. His words were calm, and he gave off a feeling that he stood aloof from worldly affairs. Cupping his fists, Lin Ming said in a scholarly manner, "It's not that I'm biased. I just don't want the two of you to be affected by external matters. Our group is the weakest of the group. If we do not unite now, we will encounter danger and our casualties will be disastrous," Lin Ming reasoned. Jiangrong snorted coldly. "He's an outsider, yet he stole my credit. He's the one who hurt our relationship." However, Lin Ming shook his head slightly. "Junior Jiang, have you forgotten the rules of the Abyss of Wudong? During the excavation, the treasure belongs to whoever finds it first. Outsiders are not allowed to fight for it." The people behind Lin Ming also nodded their heads. Among the 9 of them, Lin Ming was the strongest. Naturally, he was the leader. At the same time, Lin Ming was friendly and rarely bullied others. On the other hand, Jiangrong had a domineering personality and was not well liked. Under such circumstances, Lin Ming was naturally the leader. Seeing that everyone was like that, Jiangrong did not dare say anything. He glared at Suyu fiercely. "Remember, don't do it again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. All right, everyone, start collecting the materials. Everyone will rely on their own abilities. Remember, no fighting." After Lin Ming's words, the fifth-level Holy Kings charged in all directions, excitedly, snatching the herbs. Suyu secretly relied on his divine ice threads to snatch the 5 blue flowers used to make top-grade marrow-cleansing elixirs. As for the herbs used to make middle-grade marrow-cleansing elixirs, he did not interfere. The benefits could not be snatched by him alone. After 2 hours, everyone had a harvest. Senior Lin, this is great. I can exchange these herbs for 10 middle-grade marrow-cleansing elixirs. I have enough resources for the next month's training. A female disciple was panting, her face filled with excitement. Lin Ming smiled gently. His gaze fell on Su Yu, who had a calm expression. He took a step forward. Congratulations, Junior Su. Your harvest is great. Su Yu turned back, cupped his fists, and smiled. Thank you, Senior Lin, for helping me out. It's nothing. Lin Ming smiled. I also want to remind Junior Su that according to the rules of the Abyss of Wudong, all the treasures you obtain must be handed over to the faction. You are not allowed to keep them for yourself. Junior Su, remember this. Su Yu smiled. Thank you for the reminder. I understand. Deep down, Su Yu did not care. There were many loopholes in the rules. If Su Yu reported to the faction that he had lost the herbs, what could the faction do to him? As if sensing Su Yu's thoughts, Lin Ming smiled mysteriously. Usually, with the team leader watching over us, everything we obtain has to be handed over to the team leader. But now, we are separated from the team leader, and there is no one watching over us. As he spoke, he glanced at a place not far away. There were a few disciples there, secretly swallowing the herbs and cultivating on the spot. The rest of the disciples chose to ignore them, secretly swallowing the herbs themselves. Without the team leader watching over them, there were very few opportunities for them to obtain valuable herbs. Who would be willing to expose each other? Thank you for the reminder, Senior Lin. Su Yu revealed a grateful smile. He had a good impression of Lin Ming. Lin Ming Feng smiled lightly. I didn't remind you of anything. It was Junior Brother who comprehended it himself. After saying this, Lin Ming floated away. Su Yu's eyes flashed. With his back facing the crowd, he swallowed the crystal spiritual flower on the spot. Splash! The spiritual flower melted the moment it entered his mouth. A ball of cool spiritual liquid moisturized his throat. It was like a clear mountain spring flowing into his lungs. It was cold and indescribably comfortable. The spiritual liquid seeped into his soul, gently cleansing it. Layers of hidden impurities were continuously cleansed under the effect of the spiritual liquid. The impurities turned into gray smoke and dissipated from the top of Su Yu's head. Ethereal and graceful, the wonderful and comfortable feeling of the soul reverberated within his soul. Only the spiritual liquid of the divine nine-dragon cauldron had such a shocking effect. Now, a precious crystal spiritual flower was comparable to a cleansing of the divine nine-dragon cauldron's spiritual liquid. His soul once again experienced a drastic change. The secret soul technique, Magical Moon Eyes, had previously been stuck at stage 1 lower class. There was always an insurmountable barrier between it and the upper class. But now, with his ethereal soul, he had easily stepped into stage 1 upper class. His eyes, which were tightly shut, emitted a golden glow like the bright moon. Su Yu was elated. His secret soul technique had finally achieved a breakthrough. But what made Su Yu even more surprised was that the remaining spiritual liquid, when blended into his bloodline, had a slight cleansing effect on his physical body. Layers of silver-gray impurities were excreted from his pores. At the same time, his bloodline had previously been unable to absorb the precipitated effects of the elixirs because he had consumed a powerful universe treasure. But now his bloodline was rapidly improving, and his bloodline returned to normal. The precipitated effects of the elixirs were quickly absorbed. His cultivation level was like the thirsty earth greedily devouring the effects of the elixirs. In a breath's time, his cultivation level skyrocketed. When all the precipitated effects of the elixirs were completely absorbed, Su Yu's cultivation level silently made a breakthrough to 4th level peak Holy King. Abundant and powerful spirit energy permeated his body. The unprecedented power made Su Yu feel high-spirited. He had finally achieved a breakthrough. 4th level peak Holy King. At this moment, everyone had consumed the appropriate amount of herbs and were satisfied. Let's go and meet up with the team. Lin Ming led the 9 people forward. There was only one canyon that led to the outside world. After passing through the canyon, they would be able to leave the valley and enter the next destination. Perhaps they would be able to meet up with the team at the next destination. The group walked to the front of the canyon. It was pitch black inside and a chilly wind blew. It was the complete opposite of the warm spring valley. Everyone be careful. There is a bloody stench in the wind. Lin Ming's gaze was grave. The group carefully sensed and indeed detected a faint, bloody stench. There was no doubt that there were ferocious creatures within the dark canyon. This canyon is very strange. Why is it that when I circulate my spirit energy, I still can't see within 100 meters? Jiang Rong's expression was grave. In the darkness of the abyss of Wudong, he could still see within a range of 300 meters. But in this strange canyon, it was difficult for his gaze to penetrate 100 meters. I can also only see within 100 meters. There might be an unknown spell in this canyon. Everyone, be careful and do not leave the team. Lin Ming's expression was grave. Cautiously, the group finally stepped into the darkness. Once they entered, a sinister aura assaulted them. The bloody stench was getting thicker. Halfway through their journey, it was as if they were in a pool of blood. But the ferocious creatures that they had imagined did not appear. Su Yu frowned slightly. His vision was not affected. Under his observation, other than darkness, there were no ferocious creatures within the dark canyon. But where did the bloody stench come from? Suddenly, Jiang Rong, who was beside him, said in surprise, "What is that?" Following his gaze, the group was surprised to see that there was a giant, blood-red mushroom growing on the stone wall of the canyon. Drops of bright red liquid were dripping from the body of the giant, blood-red mushroom. It was this mushroom that was emitting the bloody stench. Lin Ming was slightly stunned. After a moment, he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. "Oh my God, could it be? Psychic bloody mushroom?" "What? Psychic bloody mushroom?" "It is rumored to be a treasure of the universe that grows in the land of extreme Yin. After consuming it, it can allow one to possess spiritual eyes." The disciples behind him revealed a shocked expression. The psychic bloody mushroom was a rare treasure that could allow one to possess spiritual eyes. After consuming it, one could see in the dark like it was daytime. It was extremely magical. Even within the faction, it had not appeared for decades. Whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, 5 to 6 figures flew up into the sky, fighting for the psychic bloody mushroom. Among them was Jiang Rong, as well as the expectant Lin Ming. If one could possess the spiritual eyes, it would be like adding wings to a tiger in the ruins of darkness. But Jiang Rong was the one who had discovered the mushroom, and his reaction was the fastest. He took the lead, grabbing the palm-sized psychic bloody mushroom. But just as he was about to grab it, the psychic bloody mushroom disappeared. Looking over, it had been pulled away by the cold threads. "Su Yu!" Jiang Rong was furious, turning his head fiercely. Looking over, Su Yu stood calmly at his original position. With a flick of his finger, the psychic bloody mushroom that everyone was fighting for landed in his palm. Su Yu ignored Jiang Rong's angry roar, leisurely grabbing the psychic bloody mushroom in his palm. "I have already given you a chance. You did not cherish it. Don't blame me for not respecting our friendship." Jiang Rong was completely furious. Previously, he had swallowed his anger for the crystal spiritual flower because of Lin Ming. But now, Su Yu had once again snatched away the treasure that belonged to him. Even if Lin Ming tried to stop him, Jiang Rong would not be merciful. Whoosh! Descending quickly, Jiang Rong gathered a light yellow ball in his palm. He descended from the sky, slamming it toward Su Yu fiercely. "Kneel!" Chapter 165. "Stop!" Lin Ming's expression changed, shouting at Jiang Rong to stop him. Unfortunately, they were too far away and could not reach him. Jiang Rong ignored him, his gaze fierce and his attack merciless. At that moment, no one could save him. The wind blew, ruffling Su Yu's silver hair. His calm eyes were filled with a divine glow. Humph! With a light grunt, Su Yu disappeared from his spot. A blurry purple shadow charged toward Jiang Rong instead of retreating. Jiang Rong let out a cold laugh. Your pride has been shaken, and you choose to strike a rock with an egg? How pitiful! After saying this, the light yellow ball in his palm was about to explode. Rumble! Su Yu charged over, his palm filled with bluish-green ice flames, clashing with Jiang Rong. The light yellow ball and the bluish-green ice flames created a powerful air current upon contact. But the spirit energy in Su Yu's body was extraordinary. The palm formed by the bluish-green ice flames pierced through the shockwave of the explosion and struck Jiang Rong's palm. Crack! Ah! With a pathetic shriek, Jiang Rong was sent flying. His fierce eyes had unknowingly turned into fear. Su Yu's spirit energy was above his. Lin Ming, who had rushed over, was shocked. What a terrifying amount of spirit energy! Could he have cultivated the faction's 1,000-thread mantra to its peak? The expressions of the other team members who had rushed over changed. Among them, Su Yu, who had the lowest cultivation level, had the hidden ability to defeat the person with the highest cultivation level with one palm. Looking at Su Yu, who was silently standing in midair, his silver hair fluttering in the wind, their gazes gradually changed. As for Jiang Rong, who had his right arm broken, no one pitied him. He had been arrogant and bullied the weak. In the end, he had been severely injured by Su Yu. He deserved it. Glancing at him, Su Yu said coldly, "Don't do it again." After saying this, he casually threw the spiritual blood mushroom to Lin Ming. "Senior, you are leading the team and need the spiritual eyes. This is the most suitable item for you to consume." The crowd was secretly envious, but did not dare object. Firstly, Su Yu and Lin Ming were the strongest in the team. They could not resist. Secondly, Su Yu's words made sense. With Lin Ming possessing the spiritual eyes, they would be safer. Lin Ming was filled with gratitude. After consuming the mushroom, his eyes glowed with a bloody glow, like a pair of red gems in the darkness. "This is great. From here, I can observe the situation within 1 li." Lin Ming was delighted. Everyone was relieved, but Jiang Rong's eyes were filled with unwillingness and regret. The spiritual bloody mushroom, which should have belonged to him, was snatched away by Su Yu. If he had not come into conflict with Su Yu, he would not have ended up like this. An hour later, everyone safely passed through the dark canyon. Along the way, they encountered a few waves of rank for demonic beasts, but they were all discovered by Lin Ming in advance, and the hidden dangers were eliminated in advance. It's all thanks to the spiritual blood mushroom that junior brother Su gave us that there were no casualties. Lin Ming was truly grateful. In the darkness, although the strength of the demonic beasts wasn't high, there were many of them. If he hadn't detected them in time, it would have been hard to avoid casualties. Let's leave the canyon first and see if we can meet up with the rest of the team. Su Yu was not concerned, and he took a step out of the canyon's entrance. However, the scene in front of him caused his expression to stiffen slightly. The rest of the people who came out of the canyon were also shocked. Before them was 100-li-long ravine, cutting off the path ahead of them. A faint yellow fluorescent light was emitted from the crack, condensing into a layer of light film that blocked the air. This is the light film at the entrance of the cave in the Forbidden Ruins can stop Dragon Realm levels 3 from entering. Why would it appear here? Lin Ming was extremely confused. Su Yu did not bat an eyelid. He picked up a broken rock and shot it toward the light film in the air. In the end, it turned to dust the moment it hit the light film. Hiss! The other 8 people gasped. Right at this moment, a long and drawn-out sigh suddenly sounded out from beside them. At least there's someone with a bit of brains. Everyone was instantly on guard, turning their heads to look. Only then did they realize that there were other members who were also blocked in front of the light film. Scanning the area, the group realized that the 99 tunnels all led to the area in front of the light film. The person who had spoken was Wei Kong, who had arrived earlier than them. He was a powerful fighter of Dragon Realm Level 1, and also the vice leader of this expedition. Wei Kong was 18 or 19 years old. Although he was young, his talent was terrifying. He was the fifth elder's proud last disciple. In terms of abilities, he was only below the faction's 4 great core disciples. He was at the peak of his success, and as such, he was arrogant. He might have held back in front of Mo Wu, but in front of Su Yu and his group, he was completely exposed. Looking at Su Yu, Wei Kong shook his head. But it's a pity that you are only slightly more intelligent. You are only slightly stronger than a pig. Lin Ming and his group felt humiliated. In other words, in Wei Kang's eyes, they were as stupid as pigs, and Su Yu was only slightly stronger than a pig? Wei Kong raised his chin slightly, his eyelids drooping. With a hint of arrogance, he flicked a bolt of spirit energy toward the light film. Creak! A shocking scene appeared. The light film turned into the mouth of a beast, swallowing the spirit energy. "This is not the repelling spell at the entrance of the cave," said Wei Kong. "That place only repels fighters of Dragon Realm Level 3 and above. But this place, once a person whose abilities do not match enter, he or she will be swallowed by the light film. It is extremely dangerous." Wei Kang's expression was grave. It was obvious that no one had expected the Forbidden Ruins to have a barrier of light. Moreover, it was not only fighters of Dragon Realm Level 3 and above. Even Lin Ming, who was at Dragon Realm Level 1, was being repelled. Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. In other words, the 3 team leaders would have to stop here, unable to lead the way. Whiz, whiz. At that moment, figures came out from the other exits, one after another. They were the members of the team. Some of them were filled with excitement. Like Su Yu and his group, they had gained a lot. Some of them were in a sorry state, covered in blood. It was obvious that they had suffered great danger. After some time, all 33 of them had gathered. Even though they were injured, none of them had died. Mo Wu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, her gaze was fixed on the light film, filled with surprise and worry. Who arrived first? Mo Wu looked around. Lin Ming said respectfully, "Senior Wei arrived first, followed by the 9 of us." Wei Kong? Mo Wu's beautiful eyes glanced over. Wei Kang's arrogant expression was replaced with respect and a hidden adoration. The faction's #1 icy beauty. No one could remain calm under her charm. Wei Kong was one of the people who had pursued Mo Wu before. "Senior, I have studied the light film. It is difficult for Dragon Realm Level 1 fighters to pass through it. If you force it, your life will be in danger." Wei Kong moved forward, secretly inhaling the fragrance from Mo Wu's body as he tried to please her. Mo Wu creased her brows. Then, what level of fighter would be unaffected? Wei Kang's expression turned rigid. "This matter? I have yet to deduce it." Mo Wu's beautiful eyes flashed with disappointment. Her gaze fell on Su Yu. "Tell me your opinion." "What opinion can he have? That pig brain of his." Wei Kong grunted in disdain. However, Su Yu turned a deaf ear to him, his tone calm. "Those who are not holy kings are not allowed to enter. Furthermore, it is limited to 10 people. At that moment, the entire place was dead silent. Wei Kong had studied the light film for a long time and could only deduce that Dragon Realm fighters were not allowed to enter. However, Su Yu had deduced that only holy kings were allowed to enter. Furthermore, he had accurately deduced the number of people who could enter. Even Mo Wu was a little stunned. A moment later, Lin Ming asked in confusion, "Why does Junior Su know so much? Can you explain?" "Sure." Su Yu nodded his chin. "Those who enter must be higher or lower than holy kings. Hence, not a single stone could pass through. As for the number of people, it is limited to 10. Wei Kong laughed coldly. "What a joke! You can determine that only holy kings are allowed to enter by throwing a stone? Not only that, you even dared to state the number of people who could enter. Do you think that everyone is as stupid as you and will be easily fooled? Unexpectedly, Su Yu shrugged his shoulders, calmly saying, I do not know if others are stupid, but Senior Wei might really be. Who told you that I guessed it? Su Yu looked at the pale yellow light screen. The light screen was distorted, causing the situation on the other side of the fissure to be blurry. But in Su Yu's eyes, everything was clear. Wei Kong laughed angrily. If you did not guess it, how dare you spout nonsense? I said you had a pig brain. It was carved on the stone tablet on the other side. Su Yu calmly interrupted him. Wei Kong froze on the spot, suddenly looking over. Even with his eyesight, he could not see through the light screen. How could Su Yu see the stone tablet on the other side and recognize the words on it? Surprised, Wei Kong gradually narrowed his eyes. Why are you the only one who can see it clearly? But at that moment, Lin Ming had a strange expression. It seems like there really is a stone tablet on the other side. The effects of the spiritual eyes were far inferior to Su Yu's crystalline pupils, but it was still superior to the eyesight of a normal person. Wei Kong froze on the spot, his face flushed red. He had painstakingly guessed for half a day, but it could not compare to Su Yu's casual glance. Mo Wu looked at him in disappointment, walking to Su Yu's side and questioning him carefully. Her words were filled with trust, not a hint of suspicion. A moment later, Mo Wu stood up, coldly ordering, If that is the case, send 10 people over. After looking around, Mo Wu quickly made arrangements. Those who are not holy kings are not allowed to enter. In that case, for the sake of safety, we will send the 10 strongest holy kings in, which are 10 sixth level holy kings. However, considering the effect of Su Yu's eyesight, Su Yu will replace one of the 10 holy kings. Sweeping her gaze across, Mo Wu's eyes landed on a 6th level holy king, who was in a sorry state and had a few light injuries. You will rest here, so you will replace you to explore. Just like that, the group of 10 was decided. Set off. Report back here within 3 days. Mo Wu gave the order. Hearing this, the group crossed the light yellow membrane. Just as Su Yu had said, when the holy kings passed through, they only felt a layer of invisible energy sweep past their bodies, and they passed through without any obstacles. Very quickly, the group saw the other side of the blocked fissure. With just a glance, everyone was shocked on the spot. The place that was blocked was the end of the Forbidden Ruins. The ancient palaces were completely preserved. If any of them were to be placed in the abyss of Wudong, they would definitely be heavily excavated by the faction. Furthermore, they could often uncover extremely important treasures. But here, there were a total of 10 complete palaces. In an instant, everyone went into a frenzy. Regardless of whether they were 6th level peak holy kings or 6th level lower tier holy kings, their eyes were filled with passion. Without the supervision of the team leader, they could hide a portion of the treasures without anyone noticing. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the figures floated, fighting for the palaces. Chapter 166. Narrowing his eyes, Su Yu stared at the stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there was an extremely shallow palm print. The reason it caught Su Yu's attention was that the stone tablet had existed for countless years and was filled with vicissitudes. But the palm print was extremely fresh. It should have been left within a month. In other words, someone had been here long ago. Without a doubt, the person who came was not a disciple of the abyss of Wudong. But if it was not them, then who could it be? Suddenly, Su Yu's mind recalled the terrifying red-eyed ghost he saw at the bottom of the abyss. Could it be that? Su Yu was bewildered. At this moment, the disciples had finally occupied an ancient palace and entered it to search excitedly. But in a short while, the disciples' expressions changed, and they entered the other palaces to investigate. But soon, they came out again, and their expressions became uglier. An hour later, the expressions of the 9 of them were ugly. What's going on? We were the only ones who entered the Forbidden Ruins. Why have all the valuable items been plundered? The strangest thing is that the traces of looting are clear. Who was it that got here before us? Within the 10 palaces, the group found nothing. The unprecedented joy instantly turned into bubbles. If that's the case, let's go back and report immediately. A 6th level peak, Holy King looked around vigilantly. But at this moment, a mournful and painful cry came from the crack in the ground where the light curtain was located. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately after, the pale yellow light screen changed rapidly. Its color changed from yellow to black, and it emitted a truly terrifying fluctuation. The words on the stone tablet in front of Su Yu also changed at this moment. Death light screen, you cannot pass through. Leave quickly. The words on the stone tablet could change? Everyone was shocked. But the pale yellow light screen had indeed started to turn a strange black color. Leave quickly. The 6th level peak Holy King let out a low grunt and took the lead to fly across the rapidly darkening light screen. Su Yu's expression changed as he spread his wings and flew away. But his icy divine wings remained in its first form, and his speed could not compare to a 6th level Holy King's. Hence, he was the last. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the figures successfully escaped through the light screen. Su Yu clenched his teeth and wanted to rush over. But at this moment, his side was suddenly attacked. Rumble, a claw that was covered in white light, silently attacked Su Yu's back. From the looks of it, he wanted to kill Su Yu on the spot. At the same time, Su Yu's expression changed slightly. Without thinking, he countered with a punch. Bang! He struck out with his palm, and the spiritual energy in the other party's palm invaded his body, causing his right arm to ache. There was a slight tremor in his internal organs, and the pain spread from his arm to his entire body. Looking back, Su Yu's eyes were ice cold. Tang, Yi, Shen. Currently, the only people who had not passed through the light screen were him and Tang Yishuan. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yishuan secretly attacked Su Yu and killed him with a sneak attack. At the same time, he also obtained the shocking jade box in Su Yu's chest. Your strength. He broke through to the peak of the 4th order? No wonder. Tang Yishuan was surprised. His sneak attack should have been able to crush Su Yu's heart without any obstruction. Unexpectedly, it was blocked by Su Yu. His strength had clearly increased compared to before. Su Yu was forced back 10 meters by the claw, and he was even further away from the light screen. At that moment, the light screen rapidly turned black. Once it turned black, it would become a death light screen, and Su Yu would not be able to pass through it. Hand over the jade box, or I will be trapped here forever. Tang Yishuan was a little anxious. Su Yu was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Hence, he could only use a gentle strategy to obtain the jade box first. As for whether he would let Su Yu go, it was obvious that in order to keep the jade box a secret, he naturally had to kill Su Yu to silence him. Su Yu was furious. At the crucial moment, he was stopped by Tang Yishuan. Seeing that the light screen was turning black at a shocking speed, Su Yu chose another direction to pass through the light screen. Whoosh! But Tang Yishuan moved to stop him. His eyes were filled with anxiety and a fierce light. You deserve to die. That jade box is not something you can control. Give it to me immediately. After saying this, he took the initiative to chase after Su Yu. Su Yu knew that the jade box was extremely valuable. Apart from the divine 9-dragon cauldron, Su Yu had never seen such a valuable treasure. Hence, he was determined not to give way. Whoosh! The two of them chased after each other in the air in front of the black light screen. Although Tang Yishuan was fast, he could not catch up to Su Yu immediately. Hence, the two of them chased after each other for 10 breaths. Seeing that Tang Yishuan was about to catch up to Su Yu, the light yellow light screen was only 1 breath away from turning black. Waves of black, deathly energy came from within the light screen. Tang Yishuan's expression changed. He could no longer care about Suyu and passed through the light screen. A thread of black energy came into contact with his clothes, causing them to decay at a speed visible to the naked eye. His right calf, which was the last to leave, was badly mutilated by the black energy. Immediately after, it turned into black ashes. His calf was swallowed by the black energy. With a horrible shriek, Tang Yishuan staggered back. He turned his head to look at the black light screen, and his eyes were filled with fear. A deathly energy that devours flesh and blood. Mo Wu's beautiful eyes turned serious. It was difficult to see the deathly energy with the naked eye. Unless it was extremely concentrated, it could be seen. But this light screen was formed by the deathly energy. Hence, it was obvious how frightening the deathly energy was. Where is Suyu? Mo Wu had an idea and questioned Tang Yishuan. The light screen of time had turned black, and it was impossible to pass through it. If one tried to pass through it forcefully, they would be destroyed. Tang Yishuan's expression changed slightly. His eyes flickered, and he was blaming himself. Junior Su's speed was slower. When I left, he had not reached the light screen. I'm afraid he will remain there forever. In his heart, Tang Yishuan felt that it was a pity. That jade box was definitely an extremely frightening item. Mo Wu's expression changed, and her heart was in a mess. So you did not escape? What made Mo Wu's heart sink was that the deathly light screen had started to release a thick, black, deathly energy. Not good. Retreat quickly. Wei Kang's scalp turned numb. Such a frightening, deathly energy was fatal to a dragon realm martial artist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group returned the way they came and hid in the ravine that Suyu and his group had entered to avoid the black energy. Mo Wu's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she blamed herself. Why did she send Suyu over? How would she explain to her teacher in the future? How would she mention it to Qin Xianer? Not good. Continue to retreat. The deathly energy is going to fill the forbidden ruins. We cannot stay in the forbidden grounds any longer. The expression of the other Dragon Realm Level 1 Vice Captain, Lanling, changed, and she immediately gave an order. The black energy passed through the ravine and entered the ravine. Wherever the black aura passed, all living beings were reduced to ashes. The ravine that was filled with the warmth of spring was instantly filled with black ashes. It was like hell. Mo Wu looked at the outside of the ravine, her face filled with guilt. Suyu, I'm sorry. After saying this, she led the group and quickly retreated along the path they came from. Every time they retreated, the black energy would chase after them. All the demonic beasts they met along the way were turned into ashes by the black energy. Not even their bones were left. The deathly energy that made one's scalp go numb forced them to leave the forbidden cave. They only managed to suppress the deathly energy until the pale yellow light screen at the entrance of the cave. If not for that, the entire abyss of Wudong would have been filled with black fog. The group had escaped with their lives and were exhausted. They were in a sorry state. Their faces were filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. We finally made it out alive. What was the horrible shriek coming from deep within the crack? Why would it cause the light screen to change and become filled with the deathly energy? This was the question in everyone's heart. Lin Ming had a sorrowful expression. The only pity is Junior Su. We have abandoned him. The group froze and were all apathetic. Although Su Yu's cultivation level was not strong, he had played an important role. Most of the disciples in the abyss of Wudong had a good impression of him. However, all of them had escaped. Only Su Yu was left behind forever. Mo Wu slowly closed her eyes. She clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She did not manage to bring Su Yu back alive. Senior Mo, I'm sorry. It's me. Tang Yishuan pretended to blame himself. Although no one said it explicitly, Tang Yishuan could feel that they were blaming him. Why did he not help Suyu at the last moment? Slap. However, an unexpected scene occurred. Mo Wu suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were cold, and she slapped Tang Yishuan's face. The crisp and dull slap stunned everyone. Tang Yishuan was also stunned. He had been slapped in front of everyone. You. Tang Yishuan was furious. Even if he was responsible, he should not have slapped her in front of everyone, right? However, his voice stopped abruptly. After slapping him, Mo Wu had also slapped herself. A bright red palm print was clearly imprinted on that classical and aesthetically beautiful face that seemed to be carved from jade. Everyone then realized that Mo Wu's eyes were brimming with tears. You are responsible for Su Yu's death. I am even more responsible, Mo Wu said coldly. However, there was a slight tremble in her voice that had never been there before. Everyone was ashamed and sorrowful. Senior Mo was still sad about Su Yu's death. She was as cold as a mountain and did not show her emotions. However, at this moment, she was crying for someone. Tang Yishuan touched his burning cheeks and was secretly hateful. You slapped me? Fine. Anyway, the time has come. Mo Wu, your good days are over. In the Forbidden Ruins, Su Yu's expression was grave. The light screen of death exploded. A large amount of deathly energy surged toward him, wanting to turn him into ashes. This place was the end of the ruins. It was a dangerous place. Facing the terrifying deathly energy, Su Yu could not defend himself. Am I going to die here? Su Yu was unwilling. If he died, who would save Xiener? Would Jingyu be sad? However, in this big world, there was no one he could ask for help from. Crack! However, at this moment, the words carved on the stone tablet changed again. If you want to be saved, enter the bottom of the crevice. Su Yu only took a glance before he plunged into the depths of the crevice without any hesitation. He was racing against time, against the deathly energy. Regardless of whether the words on the stone tablet were true or false, Su Yu had no other choice. If he stayed above, he would die. If he entered the crevice, he would still have a chance of survival. Creak! The crevice was not deep, only a few 100 feet. When Su Yu landed at the bottom of the abyss, the deathly energy swept toward him, staining his clothes and turning them into ashes. The purple cloud, dust-proof robe that he was wearing had been destroyed by the stomach acid of the snow lion. Su Yu was surprised to find that the deathly energy could only linger 10 feet above the bottom of the crevice. Hence, the bottom of the crevice was extremely safe. After all these years, I can finally see a second living person. An old and hoarse voice, filled with an ancient aura, rang in Su Yu's ears.